If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
Just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail light was cracked and John was pulverized.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
Did you threaten him?
Absolutely not. I know whatever you're probably afraid, right? You don't want to come forward. You fear the Alberts, but you should fear me, like not fear, not like physical fear. But like I said, the Alberts fear me much more than I fear them, because I have the ability to severely change their lives. And that goes for you too, Stephen. And that goes for you too, Mr. Lucky. We don't have to get into that yet. But I know your friends are going to send this to you. I just want you to know, you've wanted to keep a low profile for a reason. I get it. I'm not going to allow it anymore. Just know that. The jig is up. Time's up. You've had the chance to do the right thing. So now you've chosen not to, and now I'm giving you an ultimatum. You need to contact me and do the right thing, and you're going to have a conversation with me, or Brian Albert finds out what you did, and then you can deal with him. I heard he's real friendly. I heard he's real nice. Yeah, you can deal with it. He doesn't know, does he? He doesn't know what you did. He doesn't know what you did, does he, huh? He's going to find out. He's going to find out, and I got proof. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm being intentionally vague. Right now to protect them a little bit. But I just want to let them know, I got you, though. I got you. Do the right thing. Lucky Loughran is a useless fucking towny piece of shit who is covering up a murder. He's a big fucking pussy. And he's a lying piece of shit who knows about the fact that John O'Keefe was not there. He can testify to it, and he's choosing not to. So fuck every single person out there defending this useless fucking maggot, Lucky Loughran. He can burn in hell with the rest of them.
Say you've revealed things about him.
Absolutely not. And I hope he's listening right now. Lucky. Mr. Lucky. You know who you are. And you know what you did. And you know what you're hiding, and you know what you said. And I know shit, and I know all about you. And you're going to be seeing me, sir. And we're going to have some questions for you. So I highly suggest you reach out to me first before I put this all out there. Because we'll see what happens, sir. Because I know you're watching this.
Good morning, everybody. Setting this up.
Hi, Kate. Thanks for showing that clip. I appreciate that. For those who think Lucky wasn't influenced or targeted.
Right. No, that wasn't any sort of targeting at all. You know, and I think people need to understand the wider context. And that was just a sampling. Now, I will give Court TV credit where they're due when it's due and say that they did, in fact, share that. So that's at least more honest than I feel like, you know, some of them have been over there on that network than usual. However, that was not a one-time thing. It wasn't that one-time clip. There are, I believe we have 5 or 6 videos total of Turtle Boy issuing these foreboding statements, articulating that he knows Lucky is watching, or he wants Lucky to see this, or he knows that it will be sent to him, which Lucky confirmed that it was. He just wouldn't specifically say, I believe, because he was coached, right? So that all this couldn't come in, because if he says he didn't see it, he can't be confronted with it. So, but the context when he says, I'll be seeing you soon, sir. We have some questions for you. Well, what was going on at that time? When Turtle Boy showed up to Jen McCabe's kids' lacrosse game, that was his version of just asking questions. when Turtle Boy went down and bothered Lucky Loughran's boss and filmed him and demanded to speak and ended up getting kind of asked to leave there. That was just asking questions to Turtle Boy. When he brought hundreds of people to the witnesses' homes and was screaming, he was just asking questions. He was just being a journalist. His words, not mine. So is that a threat? Is that a threat? Let's be reasonable here,
Yes. Yes, it is. I'm surprised that Court TV played that.
I'm glad, because this is the truth. This is the story that isn't necessarily coming in to court. I would say, the defense has gone to great lengths preparing certain witnesses to try to keep this out of court, but it's real and it's there. And, we have David Unetti sending messages to Turtle Boy after some of these live streams where he exhibits this sort of behavior towards witnesses and potential witnesses in his client's murder case, telling him what a good job he is doing. This is the shadiest defense that I have ever seen.
I will say, though, it's disappointing how exacerbated his testimony is. He changed his testimony and or his statements multiple times, at least 3 to 4 times. I mean, he's not saying the same story, depending on whether he talked to the investigator, whether he testified, who he talked to. And that really isn't coming out. It's being overshadowed. I saw a headline that said, Karen Reed's defense bolsters her case of innocence because a plow driver didn't see the body. No one saw the body. No one saw the body. Somebody, Levinson, I think it was it, who was it that saw, quote unquote, a minor lump? It wasn't Sue. I can't remember who that was.
Julie Nagel saw a black blob in the snow. Yeah.
Right. But that came out in the other trial, so it can't even be considered here. But my point is, nobody saw him because it was of the conditions of the evening and lighting conditions.
Is that a common defense that you've seen, Jen? If I didn't see them, therefore they weren't there? Is this common?
Yes, from the standpoint of Boomer, I think the defense uses anything, right, to try to cast any sort of shadow of doubt. But it just doesn't. It just about the relationship with John that night. What can you share? Because the conditions, the fact that everybody parked on the complete other side, it was so dark. People were looking down, and I don't know if it came out as well in this trial. I know Jen McCabe talked about it, but it was icy. And when they stepped off of that stoop, they were watching their feet to make sure they didn't fall and headed in these cold, brisk conditions to their cars, looking in the opposite way. And so it's, I'm not at all surprised nobody saw him. I wish somebody would have seen him.
Absolutely. I think a few of the witnesses had stated that themselves. I believe last trial for sure. I'm sure. I believe I remember Jen saying that. I wish I had. I believe Brian Albert as well. And I believe they believe that anybody with compassion would hope that they would have seen him because they know what they would have done. They would have helped him. They certainly wouldn't have driven away.
Lucky Loughran didn't see a dumpster and hit a basketball goal, I believe it was. I mean, I looked up at the time last year when he came up, hundreds and hundreds. It might have even been thousands, but for sure hundreds. This is just going from my memory from a year ago. I could look back at my tweet of plow drivers that hit mailboxes. It happens all the time because they're concentrated on clearing the snow right in front of there. They're not looking off to their periphery, which they shouldn't be. They need to be paying attention that they're not going to hit a car or something else in their immediate vicinity of their plow that's on the ground. So he was coerced into this. He said he wasn't going to or wasn't cooperating, right? And that's why Turtle Boy came out strong like that. It's just disappointing that his testimony, which said a lot of nothing and a lot of inconsistencies, has been blown up.
And I recall before, during the first trial, there was a concern with Lucky about his job, and I had forgotten that Turtle Boy had contacted his employer. That would be why. Uh, I mean, I see, there's a fair amount of sort of backlash on Lucky, like he's lying, etc., or he's coerced. I don't think he's working with full faculties either. So I think he's extremely moldable, So I think I cut him a little bit of slack for being in the predicament that he's in. I couldn't imagine. He seems very fearful, confused. The amount of pressure put on somebody who's, has all their faculties would be hard to deal with, let alone if you're, if you're challenged on top of it, man. That's rough. That's rough. That's a lot of pressure.
Well,
I
he
think
has
he was
to live
afraid.
there. He
Right.
still has to live there, and his family, and
I think he was afraid to say he was afraid. You know what I mean? Like I think he was just trying to go with the script and get the hell out of there. He did not want to be there.
Yeah, perhaps. I think all of the firestorm of, the bloggers, words that he was saying on his channel and everything obviously got to him.
Right.
And, but all these people, even the police officer, and I'm getting ready to write a tweet on him, but I mean, it's just embarrassing to be a police officer posing with FKR people. And again, that's testimony that they are not looking at the totality of the testimony. He said, he unequivocally said this in the last trial, that the condition of the taillight wasn't the same as what he saw. And then read the whole testimony there before the court, said, no, sorry, my memory isn't good. I mean, essentially, that was the message. I guess I didn't say that. It was a huge moment. And then they showed him pictures of why he probably saw it that way, because there was snow and ice all over it, and he couldn't see the full extent of the damage until that was gone. And he admitted that. And so somehow his testimony has become relevant when it's really another big goose egg, but people just want to go with the highlight.
It definitely, when you see what you want to see. I mean, I understand if you watched portions of that, if you stopped watching, say halfway through Barros's testimony, I could see people walking away with that saying, wow, he really saw something different. But when Hank got him to agree on the photograph, I believe it was in the driveway at 8:20, around 8:20, that the damage was consistent, it's kind of like game over. All that testimony was for nothing. The only thing that would have stuck in my mind of being on the jury would be, oh, wow, you drove out of your way to meet at their hotel and not at Yanetti's office. Strange. That would have stuck in my head. And then him just agreeing about the photograph and the damage being on par. That just nullifies any kind of doubt right there. That was ridiculous. Selective. Very selective. I saw a question here. Dr. Russell's limo. Jen, will Hank take TB's case after Karen Reed is done? Meow. Is that even possible? I don't know.
He won't, unfortunately. I wish he could, but there has been a special prosecutor appointed.
Right.
So essentially, he's not going to. In fact, he's really kept at an arm's length about that. But make no mistake, because there is so much joint information concerning this, they will certainly be, I don't want to use the word collaborating, but sharing information known about the case, I believe.
would it be possible for Hank to be like on a consultant level? Is that like a loophole that's possible, or no? They wouldn't dare bridge that.
I don't think so, Boomer. Plus, the fact is, he was hired under this contract specifically for her trial. And I think they
Right.
would have to come up with a whole new contract. And I don't know where his contract will really end. In other words, depending on what's found, if this is hung again, could he be hired again? And so his contract would continue. Because I think if it were hung again, Judge Canoni will want to make it right away. Again, remember, she tried that last time and both parties asked for a delay. But this time, there's just not going to be much delay.
Gotcha.
I think if there's a third trial, I don't think because there's not that much new that they would need time to look at, and they would have just gone through trial. But I think if it is hung for some reason, that I think there'll be a trial 3. At least that's what's been said.
How's it going there, Dan?
How's it going, guys?
You know, you two sound alike.
That's what I'm hearing, man.
It's hilarious. Before I became acquainted with Boomer and I was just listening loosely, I'm like, that's Dan. I'm like, oh, it's not Dan, unless he's changed his name to Boomer.
It's a good name, though. I wish I would have thought of it.
Hey, there's
anybody
Matt.
over 30s. Hey, what's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going?
Just rapidly pouring coffee down my head. Getting in step with everything.
We have all the fun guys in the house.
I don't think they're calling Richard Green.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I don't. I mean, she's saying they're wrapping up Tuesday. They've got time in that case for maybe. I mean, ARC is going to be a long cross. I'm sure they've anticipated that. That's like maybe 2-3 witnesses more. You know, if they're planning on wrapping on Tuesday, and then we got the rebuttal case, and then they go to deliberation. ARCA walked in, no Green. Yeah, I think they'll call ARCA and probably their medical examiner. And then they'll probably end it.
Oh, yeah. The medical examiner. Isn't there a medical examiner? She's going to testify that he didn't have hypothermia, but she's out of Miami and she's probably never seen hypothermia.
No, she's in Providence, Rhode Island. So she's the one that botched the station nightclub fire, really messed that up. And then she ended up resigning because she had thousands of cases backlogged. She wasn't documenting properly. There were instances where she wasn't taking pictures properly. She claimed it was because the batteries on her camera died, which seems like I mean, autopsy, you know, you're doing that in your coroner's office, right? With like, it's somewhat planned. Like, you know what you're doing every day when you go in there, which is going to involve taking pictures. So you would think she'd have like a backup or something. Like,
what the hell?
Let them charge and then do it to stay late. I don't know what to tell you, but she didn't do any of that. So yeah, and she'll probably reinforce the dog bite thing too, which is silly.
God. I mean, I just feel like Lucky Hank didn't confront him enough. Lucky's off the stand, right? He finished.
Yes.
Yes. I agree with you, Matt. I agree with you.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I feel like he brought out the harassment part, which wasn't brought out before. But he didn't really confront him about, like, we see him on the dash cam at 6:12, but he wasn't like, so don't you want to change where you were? Because you just told us you were at the other end of the street at 6:12, blocked off by first responders, and there's only one cop's car here. Like, it just doesn't coincide with what his statement was. So, I mean, I think it was an opportunity to, like, be like, do you want to change? Since you can see yourself in this video.
Right.
And it's a shame these videos could not have been played. I don't know whether in a sidebar he tried, but even one of these videos, it just would have, I think, had a huge, powerful impact.
You never know. I mean, I think the article was approved, right? But I don't think he brought it up to him, did he?
No.
So, I mean, when would that happen? In rebuttal, maybe? I don't know. It's going to be like hard to bring that up, I would think. But I don't know. I heard.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think Turtle Boy was bragging that his article was put into evidence. So, like, that's why I'm like, well, what are they going to do with that? I just don't know.
Wait a minute.
He's happy about that?
Right? Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
He was bragging about that? Like,
Yeah.
Look at me. Oh, wow. I'm helping.
So, yeah,
Holy
speaking of
shit.
Court TV putting the clip up and how people are interpreting this, just to be clear. So I like, they put it on like a short on YouTube, and I clicked on it like just to see what the comments would say. And I was expecting a bunch of people being like, where's the threat? But instead, the entire comment section was like, that is definitely a threat. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. If you're looking objectively at it, like if we're assuming that the internet is reflective upon jurors, which Free Karen Reed loves to do, then they're probably going to count that, article as intimidation and duress as well. Because it's essentially the same thing that he had been saying on the video.
It's going to be interesting.
Can someone who is on Twitter do me a favor? Just real quick before this starts. Breaking news, guys. If someone could just, maybe do the YouTube clip thing, the option that you have to make a clip, and just go ahead and tag Sue O'Connell in that clip, because I just want to say something to Sue O'Connell right now. Sue O'Connell is in court today. Sue, I want to reiterate that you are a gigantic piece of shit. You have no objectivity whatsoever. I hope that when Karen sends you the videos that she just promised that she would send you during your very long nice chat with her and her defense team just now, that you disclose to the public that Karen Reed sent you these videos pursuant to the long chat that you just had with nobody but her and her defense team. Think you know who was behind you, probably. I asked permission. I don't think they care anymore. People are observing you in court, Sue, and your complete lack of objectivity is completely exposed at this point. Everybody knows it. You're not a journalist. You're not a reporter. You're not a very good commentator. You are a mouthpiece. You are a mouthpiece. I do not advocate for anyone getting fired. So when people threaten to go after your job, I do not agree with it. But personally, I don't think that you should hold it. I don't think anyone should do anything about it. I just hope that when all this is over and you are exposed for the charlatan that you are, that maybe you get relegated to a task more your speed, like gossip columns or maybe letters to the editor. Thanks, Sue. Have a nice day.
You're a worm.
There you go.
Sue.
That should be a nice clean clip too.
Right. Yeah, no, she's definitely hitched her cart to some weirdness there. I mean, get on the winning team until you find out all the horrible things the winning team did. Most people would jump ship, but she did not. She hung on, clicks and views all the way through. She knew what she was backing. She knew that that person had mocked, the grieving mother of the deceased. No problem there. I don't think it's going to faze her in the slightest that she's hitched to someone who's threatening a challenged person who just lost his wife. But, no, she's a bit of a worm to me too.
It's just really starting to gross me out. Like this woman, there's clear forensic data evidence. I mean, literally, the media now, best case scenario, most favorable to Karen. Maybe you can try to invent some reasonable doubt somewhere, but it's not like there's no reason to believe that she hit this guy with her car, and they still treat her like she's like a hero. So it's pretty gross. Pretty gross. I don't usually have long chats with murderers myself, so go for it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Hi, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. And good morning, jurors. Good morning. So happy Friday. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday, day before? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into the case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? No. Everyone said no or should. Okay, I understand we have a witness this morning.
We do, Your Honor. Permission?
Yes.
We would ask Dr. Dan Wolf.
Okay. But we'll see how. Thank you, Tony.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case down here to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, sir, we're going to try and keep the keep the air conditioning on this morning, so I'm going to ask you to speak really loudly into that microphone. And Mr. Jackson, you do so as well, please, okay?
Of course, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living, sir?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat. Get really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to the area of your chin. It's really loud in here.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, you said you work for ARCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCA?
ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said that your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy-absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine-resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices, and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCA designed energy-absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction?
Objection. Sustained.
Does ARCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way, does ARCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction, anything having to do with human factors?
Yes, so my other specialties in addition to accident reconstruction are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. It's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond to that? What are their actions and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline?
I think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events. What role do you take as the director of accident reconstruction for ARCA as contracts come in or engagements come in? Well, my scope and cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway, and I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear-end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case. Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles? Yes. What about motorcycles? Yes. Bicycles? Yes. Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians? Yes, I see all types of collisions. How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly? That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point. What education, training, and background do you have that allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these jurors in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses? In terms of, are you looking at additional training? No, let's start with your education. I want education, training, and background, but we can do them in order. Okay, yeah, so we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. So my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices. Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD? Yes. What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted? So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. We ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic. What relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case? So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the clear plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material. The same material that was the subject of your dissertation? Correct. What additional training and experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD? So certainly the 8 years of work that I've had at ARCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry, so a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate, of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis or evaluations?
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of a vehicle backing up in a parking lot into a pedestrian. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle.
What is kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term?
I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body.
Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles?
Yes.
How many times have you engaged in such an analysis?
Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCA.
You mentioned ARCA has several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction?
So, as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and crashworthiness, and there's a few others. And I will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about, that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash. The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crashworthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash?
Is it normal for you, as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCA?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that a normal process for you?
Very common, yes.
As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct?
Depending on the kind of case, but yeah, certainly wouldn't be uncommon.
Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact.
Okay. So to give you a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCA to determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example.
Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing that you've done and undertaken to determine the forces that would be, for instance, in your example, in that side, the forces at play in that sideswipe collision?
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data.
The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
What are quasi-static tests?
So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test.
So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact.
Yes.
Or any other body panel, correct?
Correct.
And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians.
Yes.
Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts?
Yes.
Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario?
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Let's talk about how you began your work in this particular case. When you were initially retained in connection with this case, were you hired by the defense?
No.
Did you know who we were?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Were you hired by anybody affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed?
Sustained.
Did you know any of the names or of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see it.
Sure.
So I think this is a risky line of questioning. They're going down already.
Kate, though, did you catch, or did any of you guys catch what Wolf just did? Do you remember the email string between he and AJ, specifically saying, "Don't ask me about night pedestrian strikes because they happen more often"? So he got in front of that
Right.
Saying, yeah, more pedestrian strikes happen at night because of the lack of lighting. So he's already getting in front of, very smartly, that email that's going to come out.
Right.
Very interesting that he just brought that out. Wasn't in response to a question.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised that they're going to try to pretend that they don't know each other when they know the signal stuff is coming now. Like,
right. That's
why are you going to pretend that? Like,
highlights of dishonesty.
Right. It's so weird. This defense team is so jacked up. Like, they're playing to social media. They're not playing to a jury. So I just don't know if any of it's going to work.
Yep. That's how I've been seeing this as well, Matt. They're playing to their crowd, and their crowd hopefully isn't reflected in the jury. It's a weird move. You're playing the social media and not the courtroom. It's dangerous, man. But apparently they're highly educated and know what they're doing. So
it's a last resort. It seems like they have nothing left because their story's not even coherent. So, I mean, what else are you going to do?
No, it's not. It's absolutely insane.
I didn't watch the first trial, but isn't that kind of what the prosecution supposedly did? It was kind of pander towards the conspiracy and what the crowd was thinking and social media. It didn't seem to work out too well for them, for at least the Commonwealth last time.
Right.
Is that accurate?
I don't know if I'd say pandering. I think their entire strategy was to debunk the defense's case instead of putting on their own case.
Right.
Yeah.
Pandering isn't the right word, but they were definitely both sides. The first trial accepted this social media thing as some sort of like, litmus test to how the jury was going to speak, and it was incorrect, wrong.
The prosecution was very defensive, which I think was confusing.
When you were initially hired to look at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
Yes.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's permission.
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or ARCA was provided, is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but yes.
Why were you provided that data? What's the reason why it's important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved, but John O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged. Describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You'd call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means, you can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
Okay. In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate, and there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the the liftgate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle-pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle-pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly? May I ask that again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
Is your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was found at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile, such as the drinking glass, could induce damage that was consistent with that we saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you undertake in furtherance of answering that specific question? Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs?
Yes.
High-speed video?
Yes.
And all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you 2 photographs, or 2 8.5 by 11 documents that contain 2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those 2 documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay, and does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
If we could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? Okay. If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31 mile an hour test, and hand it to the order with court's permission.
So there's no objection?
None, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
213?
And the second document represents the 37 mile an hour test.
214.
court's permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
Okay.
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post-damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the court's permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37-mile-an-hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is, so right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens. That's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31-mile-an-hour test and the 37-mile-an-hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31-mile-an-hour velocity or the 37-mile-an-hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Ms. Reed?
Yes, from the 37-mile-per-hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increased.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine, that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test, compared to the subject taillight.
But only in the circumstance where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
Under what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with a drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again, the purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of, in the data that you received, that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device. to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant crash forces. So it's a device that reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test dummies, correct?
Correct, yes.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15-mile-an-hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about Exemplar taillights?
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
Okay. After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. Just when? Just a date, Dr. Wu?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent to that initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did I ask you if you were available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
I thought it was going to be a short one, but I guess not.
Definitely sounds like the defense is trying to get ahead of what Hank is going to destroy him on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, he is opening up so many doors. Now he's just flew open the doors with this questioning to the money, to all the contacts, to the signal, even though it probably would have been allowed anyway. Now it's definitely, he's opened every door on their relationship.
You know, when it comes to Arca's test about this potato cannon and this glass, you know, was that ever testified to, brought in, that was a possibility? I don't understand this line of testing without some sort of testimony saying that a glass was thrown. Is Karen Reed going to testify to that?
I don't think Karen Reed is testifying.
I don't think so either.
Put her on the stand. No way. But he can testify as to whatever he did in this case as an expert to try to determine what happened. And so that's why that's being allowed. He's basically bringing it in based on the fact that glass was found on the bumper. But I mean, I don't remember him testifying to this last year. Do you remember this, Kate? Kate's not here, but I don't remember this specificity last year. Maybe I'm just not remembering that piece.
It was more vague. Yeah, I agree.
Comments can count.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, it was definitely more vague. They're definitely, shoring up a little bit here. The thing is, the game here is that they tested things that they could answer with inconsistent, right? Because that's what those are the words that they always want to hear.
Listen, they have no. He's a big athlete. He might have thrown it 90 miles per hour. Look at pitchers, how fast they throw from their pitching mound being so far away. And if you're up close, who knows? I mean,
right.
This opens the door for a lot of issues, I think.
I think so, too.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolf. So ultimately in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data, in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed. What testing did he do? What type of experiments? What type of data analysis? Ultimately, to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a thumb drive that I believe represents the PowerPoint. Do we have this marked?
Yes, is this coming into evidence?
I'm agreeing it's monitoring the name.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification.
We can mark it for identification for the time being and discuss it later. Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit BBV for identification.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, do you see what's displayed or presented up on the TV screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight did that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is this?
This is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we can move to the next slide, please. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm. And he's indicating in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolf if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is too.
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Sustained.
You certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
The form, Mr. Jackson, on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right. You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion from my colleague, Dr. Rentra.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
In your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please. Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an Exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test?
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to strike that.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm a little bit, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange T-shirt?
Yeah. Sustain.
What is he wearing?
Appears to be an orange T-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that T-shirt?
Not that I can think of, no.
Did you note any or identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20, right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right? This dynamic test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was consistent with the striking of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight, other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight. What components were damaged in this alleged interaction. So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right, let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom, along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier that 5mm thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just a moment more?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, did you bring with you an undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes. It's up here with me.
It's up there. Oh, I was just looking for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing. Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
You have it with you up there at the witness stand?
Yes.
Could you retrieve that with the court's permission?
Okay.
If you could remain standing for just a quick second. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set of taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX 570. On my left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will know it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate, but I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. So how,
May I approach?
yes.
This might be clunky. Thank you. If we just have the tag, perhaps put somewhere on the, maybe the lift side.
And is Dr. Wolf going to use it for his testimony now?
He is.
Okay,
Very
so
briefly.
give it back over there, please, Chrissy. Just give it to him. Thank you.
Is it 250?
Thank you. If I may, Doctor.
Yes.
May I?
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, you indicated that there was a 5 mm area of acrylic covering the diffusers, correct?
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5 mm acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the liftgate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure. Is there, can you see through that loose material into the diffuser that you've just been describing?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So, Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to not have that so close to
Oh,
court reporters.
my apologies.
Use the other side of the witness stand.
Yes, Your
please.
Honor. So along the bottom is the clear diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5 mm roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3 mm in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? If you could just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inches.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what was it that was of note to you, Dr. Wolf?
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
All right, so that can't go back there because it's in evidence. So why don't you take it and... Mr.
I was
McDermott.
just going to store it there until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can give it to the clerk magistrate.
Okay.
However you want to do it, Your Honor.
All right,
I have
do you
no
wanna take
preference.
it? Is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right, so, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I continue?
yes.
Can we go to the next slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, and I'll try to spotlight it, there are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some as small as just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger photo, previous slide, do you see the right sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Does it? Your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve?
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects or holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be probably around like an eighth of an inch or so.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you performed?
So as I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration, to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you can think of delta, change in. So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it, and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here, in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you will have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it, describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not, because I don't understand it as well as you do. If an object, does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and it's struck by another object moving? Is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that struck it? Okay.
So that's sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Easier said than done. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational terms what delta V is describing in terms of mathematics?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000 pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000 pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right, so that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're gonna get on the brakes lightly and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer. You're going to slam on the brakes and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to say 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there, where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you could think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis...
Sustained. Next question.
Sure. Did you review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
Right, so that's sustained.
Continue to describe the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated...
It's sustained. I want to see you at sidebar.
Is anybody else getting a little bit of the Alessi effect off of Jackson right now?
I am not. I see what's happening
Okay.
here, though. Is essentially they are trying to just challenge the adequacy of every single one of the state's witnesses. You got to bear through it now, right? Because this is the context in which we go into cross-examination with. So it's important. I think it's important to listen to both. But he's just going through. He's just going through, basic principles of physics, and I think kind of gearing up to say that there's no way that taillight could have been broken by an arm, which is patently false. So, that's just what I'm guessing. Anyway, we'll see where he goes.
It's always amazing that he just ignores the taillight pieces, the fragments that are in his shirt, what she said. There's zero common sense. It's his analysis is all hypothetical and not factual.
Well, he's just trying to dance around, avoid anything that would inculpate. So, and again, not only will his bias be, exposed on cross, but I'm assuming some of the deficits in his science and hypothesis as well.
Dr. Wolf, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, where are we on the chart? I've lost my place.
I think hypothesis.
Okay. Let's describe, if you would, please, what role hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that, what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point, so you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained as to that point, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
What about any other testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's
As it
report?
pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
Let's move on to the next slide. Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's vehicle, her Lexus, was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
Yes. That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Yeah. Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you've just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an Exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an Exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the Exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the liftgate taillight is as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say Exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle.
Is this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right tail light after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the Exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely,
Were
yes.
you hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our Hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the tail light at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation that you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you could see, I'll get my, see where I'm here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these photographs?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot, and then on the right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide. Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly. I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe Test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but Test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the Hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
So what I did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made, the average temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that Exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, on this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that. Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
We go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the tail light come from the left and impact the arm.
If we could play this, please. What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the tail light. Based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the tail light?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds? Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There's a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight at the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please. This is still test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
What I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
As well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is a graph that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we had the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G. So you could think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, but we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time?
Sustained us to that point.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to take the morning recess? All right, folks, we'll take a recess. Dr. Wilkinson, file the jurors. I'm going to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please.
All rise for the court, please.
Well, that was interesting.
Morning, all.
Morning. Hello, John.
Yes.
So it looks like the defense's witness here has kind of proven the point that Karen Reed couldn't have backed into John's car, and that caused the damage to the tail light.
I mean, he's trying to do that.
He's covered it up to 10 miles per hour so far.
Yeah. I'm glad they just keep re-emphasizing for the jury the collision between the Lexus, the taillight, and his arm. But I know, she had said outside of court, let's see it at 20 miles an hour. So I would think they're going to go somewhere. But I don't know about you guys. I'm just distracted because I just think they gave Hank an extra day to get ready for this guy.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm interested to see where Hank takes this. I'm also interested to see where they rest this. I mean, so far we're at 10 miles an hour. He's also sidestepping the fact that Welcher put out the assertion that there's no way to tell exactly where his center of mass was. The angle, he can surmise it down to a side swipe, but the exact position of the body wasn't sure. That's why Welcher didn't use a crash test dummy, but I guess ARCA figured if they used one, maybe they could wow the jury. I don't know. I don't see this really going anywhere, but we'll see.
I wonder if, I would think that Alan Jackson is going to want to go all day with him, because I think this is their chance to try to go into the weekend, kind of having the jury think about their side of the case. And I cannot imagine they want to have Hank get up, because then Hank's going to be up for a while tuning this guy up, between the secret payments and the signal
Yeah.
app. And if you remember, Judge Canoni said she would give him a lot of latitude on this witness.
Mhm.
So it's just a matter of when, though. I actually think that Jackson's gonna try to drag this out all day.
I agree.
So the beating that's coming will be Monday. No, they're going into their lunch.
And don't forget the 100 or so deleted emails, John. There was that too.
Yes.
That was
Text,
sure.
text messages. They were text messages.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Text messages.
Not that it much matters, but
No,
That's
but
right.
You're right. You're right.
But Kate, what do you think? This guy just rubs me the wrong way. Maybe I'm biased because what Hank exposed from him with that hearing. But I this guy to me is he just totally rubs me the wrong way. In that regard, he's the perfect defense witness, because he rubs me the wrong way
Gotcha.
and he seems so weaselly.
I've been getting texts through this thing. And apparently the physics of this test is just really wrong. Like, apparently. One thing that was pointed out to me was, hold on. It's not an accurate test because there's 6 pounds of mass behind the taillight. The speed might be correct, but not the mass. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured the mass would be off, considering the discrepancy of weight between the armature that's pushing out that taillight and a full size Lexus. It's going to be a bit of a discrepancy between the weight there. I mean,
You know what else I
mass
think is interesting?
missing.
Interesting, you guys, is you can always tell what the defense feels made impact, if you will, with the jury, because the whole free Karen Reed crowd, they were mocking the fact that Welcher dressed as John O'Keefe, and then the whole thing with the blue paint. But then notice Jackson immediately tries to address that. So to me, that's always the telltale sign that they recognize that was actually a really smart move by Welcher. And I don't know. I still we're gonna have to wait a while, but I'm looking forward to Hank cross-examining this guy.
I have a feeling that they're going to try to point out that John's arm is going to have some injuries at 20 miles an hour. But one thing that I noticed out of their experiment is that the dummy is held in place. So it doesn't have the ability to bounce off, distributing some of that force that would have that they're going to show is going to cause some more severe injuries. So, I noticed that. I'm fairly positive that the defense.
And if you recall, in Welcher's static test, he made a big point of saying, look, even at 2 miles an hour, I move, right? Like,
right.
Instinctually, you're not going to just
point.
stand there and take it. You're going to move.
Yep. Yeah.
And you're not factoring for the possibility of him shifting his position, maybe anticipating. He could have heard the vehicle revving backwards, could have braced, could have dropped his left leg backwards. Meaning, like, okay, if you're anticipating a fight, it's called blading off. You put your shoulder to a 45-degree angle, or your feet go to 45-degree angle, right?
Yep.
And you usually take your rear leg, which in this case would be his left leg, and you kind of use it to strut or brace yourself. Right. That can't be accounted for either. I'm just putting that as a possibility, but it's a possibility that can't be measured in these tests. So again, it's so specific. It's overly specific.
Hey, Kate, I'm curious what you think that how Dr. Green's not testifying.
He's not a doctor, by the way.
Oh, all right.
Say
Richard
what?
Green. You're right. Richard Green.
Yeah. No, he's not a doctor. I believe that he has a similar education level to that of like Shannon Burgess. I think he has like a 2-year degree. I'm not even sure if he has a degree, but he's not. It doesn't matter because he's clearly not being called. And that means that the defense is no longer, if they were challenging the state's assessment of this 2:27 a.m. timestamp artifact, they would present a witness to challenge that. They're not. It's now uncontested. Everybody agrees. The only thing the jury is left with is that never happened.
Did you hear that he was upset that Marie Russell got the limo and instead he just got picked up by Alessi at the airport? Did you hear about that?
No, I did
No,
not.
I'm only kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
Marie Russell still is one of my favorites from this trial, between the gasp and everything else. One thing I think that this witness does, though, obviously, and I can't fully look on it at this moment, but I'm sure, he's giving life to the movement. I'm sure this could be, this weekend they're going to be cheering up and down that, how brilliant Wolf is. Certainly probably help donations a little bit.
Oh yeah,
So,
case is over as far as they're concerned.
yeah,
all that
yeah.
good stuff.
Keith, do you also know what the other a member of ARCA, what is? Do you have an idea of like what his testimony is going to sound like?
I think it's just going to piggyback. It's just going to
Okay.
piggyback off of Wolf's here, which to say that like, nope, the injuries are not consistent. But this is again the difference between the defense and the prosecution in this case is that the defense is it's capitalizing on the gaps that allow for speculation, whereas the Commonwealth prefers to avoid them. So again, if you go back to Dr. Welcher's direct, his case in chief testimony, right? Direct and cross, but he really says like, look, there are all these variables that we can't account for, right? So I'm not going to try to tell you exactly what happened because we have no way of knowing. Versus ARCA coming in and saying, hold on, wait a minute.
Right.
They never told you exactly what happened. We're going to do that. They can't do that. And so, it's just like I look at this testimony like a volleyball game, sort of like they're gonna pass the ball over the net a few times, maybe score a few points. But I really don't see ARCA walking away with much of an impact once once the prosecution gets in there on cross, because of the credibility issues, because of the deficits in the science, because of the foundation already laid by Dr. Welcher. And then we have to remember, they have a rebuttal case on a lot of this stuff. So the last thing the jury is going to hear is going to be Hank Brennan and Judd Welcher. What do you think, Kevin? How are you feeling, Kevin?
Hey guys. Hey guys,
Yes.
good to.
Hey, Kevin.
I had my chemo canceled because my blood work, the platelets and all kinds of stuff was off, so it's rescheduled for next week. So I get to join you guys.
All right.
And so
All right.
So my first comment is just, if you're free Karen Reed, if you're Nick Rocco, do you feel duped that you've been going around selling 227 t-shirts to raise money? You've been going around saying on court TV for a year that John went up and down 3 flights of stairs. You had Alan Jackson in the opening statements here tell the jury that they're going to see a witness that puts John inside the house. None of this materialized. You don't have a data expert. It's not going to. I mean, if you're a free Karen Reed person, don't you feel that she's duped you at this point? If you have any sense of conscience at all.
Kevin, if the person in question was intellectually honest or moral, I'd say yes. But but that not being the case, that is why they were drawn into the harassment. So yeah, I think the shameless, man. Unfortunately.
Yeah. And Kevin, also the thing about when someone goes into the whole of the conspiracy, there seems to be where they actually, we've talked about it, they don't look for the truth. They move on from the 227. They move on from Scanlon. They they keep going for the tidbits to be fed. I talk about, and I constantly mention it, but the Truth versus Alex Jones on HBO Max about he created that Sandy Hook, the shooting was a hoax. There's people in that would actually remind you of that Rita Lombardi. They were demanding the families exhume the bodies to prove to them the child. Imagine that, a little 6-year-old killed in the school, and you don't have law enforcement. This isn't anyone notable. This is just someone that makes themselves I'm a somebody, and they're demanding you have to. It was painful when your child was killed. It was unbelievable painful when you had to bury them. Now you have to have the child, the body exhumed, to prove to me that the child actually that's the depth they go.
Yeah.
So and I'm glad none of the parents did, because then they would have just said, oh, that's fake. anything you
Right,
say,
right.
we've seen, right, Kevin? Everything. Oh,
Yeah.
that's not real. Oh, that's fake.
Yeah.
And they move on. So I
Maybe the crowd size is an indication that a lot of them do feel
yes,
duped.
yeah,
That's you've gone from hundreds of people down to a couple of dozen. And
right,
maybe that's a sign that a lot of them have woken up to the fact that they were duped by this defendant and her utterly unscrupulous defense team and
yeah,
Turtle Boy and everybody else. They've now, I mean, they've gone on from saying with absolute confidence that John was in the house and blah, 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 to now,
yep,
well, there's reasonable doubt. You listen to Nick on Court TV, well, there's reasonable doubt on this. And you don't hear him making those claims anymore. But how do you just move on from that without having some sense of, my God, I've been destroying these poor innocent people's lives for 2 years. And
right.
now I'm just going to move. Now I'm just going to move on. I don't.
Yeah,
People with a
yeah.
conscience wouldn't be able to do that.
No, no.
You know what
I
I think
mean,
it's like is if you've ever, let me just throw in, if you've ever been
absolutely.
to a racetrack and you have people that show up and they're positive that the horse or the dog, whatever, is absolutely going to win. And when the race is over and they're standing there, they check the ticket like 10 different times. And then they
Yeah, they
keep
can't believe
checking
it.
the board. And then they
Right.
keep looking at the ticket. And it's a while. And you can
Yeah.
literally see them dumbstruck because they were positive the tip they got by the guy next to them in the men's room was going to pan out. Or many times, I mean, I've learned about this from covering different trials and gangsters. A lot of times, if someone owes someone money, they say, listen, I don't have the $5,000, but here's what I do have. I know about a fixed race coming up. So that's why, and then, so not only are they out the $5,000 they loan someone, they bet 5,000 more. And then now they're out 10,000. But the fact is, I don't think they ever admit that they had been duped.
No,
You
no.
know,
I
I
don't think
was going to
no
say
apologies.
that I think, oh, I'm sorry, Boomer. Little delay
I
there.
I was just quickly just going to say no. I don't see any apologies coming. They can move on, but they I don't know how they can be proud of themselves for putting children in mental health care, needing that. Like that's disgusting. How do you even apologize for that? I'm sorry I terrorized your family and children needed help. That's gross. I won't forgive them.
I was just going to comment on Wolf's testimony so far. You know, the problem is not only just the sheer hypothetical, not using the car, using all of these, throwers and experiments, and how he is talking. To me, it's good for the prosecution from the standpoint of he's talking so far above people, and I think
Yes.
you're just going to consider it mumbo jumbo, not even
Yeah.
really know what he said. And I hope when Welcher comes back on redirect, they just keep it down to the people and they talk about the facts, the debris field, all those other things we've mentioned that are hardcore facts, hair, the DNA on the taillight pieces. They need to get back to that because it doesn't comport.
Great point, Jen. And you guys, I was in that courtroom when Welcher and the blue paint and dressed as John was genius. If I'm on the jury right now, I'm thinking, all right, where's the blue paint? What kind of reconstruction is this? That they don't have it. I still think that wins out. Jen, do you agree? Do you think does Jackson keep Wolf on the stand all day today to then try to, the advantage of going into the weekend?
Yeah, I think he's going to try to. I don't know if he's going
Yeah.
to be successful, but I think he would love to do that. But
Yes.
then Hank gets to have everybody fresh, right? The jurors
Right.
are the freshest. Like this morning, they were super fresh, a day off.
Yep. Right.
Monday is the perfect time to make some big points. So he might give them up, let Brennan go, and then that way he gets the jury a little more fresh Monday.
Hey, Kevin, can I just mention when you talk about hoaxes, there's a famous one in New York, Reverend Al Sharpton, you remember the case Tawana Brawley.
Yeah.
And there becomes a situation, you're going to see some people fall into this, where Sharpton felt he was immune from lawsuits and prosecution and so forth, as long as he kept seeing that he believed her initial story. And Alex Jones, he tried the same tactic, and that's where the judge, said to him, it's not the truth. Just because you believe it doesn't make it the truth. And I think you're going to see some other people saying, oh no, I believe what was put out there, but we all know. I mean, it's not like it's coming out at the trial who these people are. This was all proactive. We all saw what that was. This is classic witness intimidation. If you change some of the names involved here, instead, make it, some mafia members or just people that run with organized crime, and make them the people going, and then people would have a completely different interpretation of this, I think.
So I missed much of what we've seen so far. I was traveling back. Was anything? Did they score any points here? Did Dr. Wolf? I mean, I don't really like this Dr. Wolf guy. The arrogance just really rubs me the wrong way. But has he scored any points here?
Just that, go ahead, somebody.
Just that the tail light damage couldn't have happened at 10 miles an hour, meaning that Karen Reed couldn't have, her backing into John's car isn't what caused that damage.
Right.
Yeah, that was the biggest point I took of it.
And I think Dr. Welcher made a good job of trying to demonstrate how when you focus, for instance, a pencil or something like that, or sitting on the mattress. So it doesn't look like what I saw the end here, that the ARCA guys tested what would happen if you have the taillight focused on an elbow, right on a point there. They just had it hitting the arm. If I saw that right, I only caught the tail end of it.
Plus, he kept using 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's not even what's at the point. And I think what happened was they weren't willing to pay him, or he couldn't get it done in time to retest everything. So he's just relying on his old tests and supplementing with basically trying to debunk what Welcher has to say. But we've talked about that many times. You have to test it to debunk it, or it just gives credence to it as an expert.
See, I think the defense has made a mistake here too, by allowing ARCA to do new testing here. Now, if they just had them testify about their original conclusions when hired by the feds, they could have said, look, we only went by what they gave us for evidence. But now Hank is going to be able to cross them and say, all right, you have the tech stream data now too. You guys are tech stream experts. It's all over your website.
Right.
Did you look at it? And now in front of the jury, if they're going to say, no, we didn't look at it, that makes them suspicious to the jury. If they did look at it, they're going to have to explain, when did Karen go backwards at 24 miles an hour and all the other aspects of it. They're going to have all the other evidence too. Is now the debris field and the pieces. Right. And Hank is going to hammer this all day now. He's going to hammer this for a long time.
I agree. They lost their excuses. Absolutely.
Yeah, they lost their excuses.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So, and I mean, really, that's what it is. It's like a game of volleyball. So, have they scored some points as of right now? Yeah, definitely on social media, possibly with the jury, right? But cross-examination is going to come in like a wrecking ball on this one, because there's just too many. They're yet again trying to hyper focus on one possible scenario, and it's like you can rule that one out, but you can't rule out the infinite, which is why Welcher was telling this jury that we can't do this with too much specificity. We don't have enough information.
I mean, think about Dr. Russell yesterday, because she went further than just saying that the wounds looked to her like they were caused by dog bites, but she went further and said that this does not look to me like it could have been caused by a vehicle. Well, that opened the door for Hank.
That was a mistake.
To basically go over all that other evidence. Did you look at this? Did you look at that? And all that is now got to be replayed in front of the jury. So by the time the jury goes in to deliberate, they're going to have heard from multiple witnesses. It's going to be hammered into their brain, all of that evidence that Hank wants them to hear. So I think that was a mistake. And I think this is a mistake too, having ARCA do any new studies on this. They should have just hired somebody else to do that and let ARCA come in and testify to their original conclusions. I think this was a mistake. And you can no longer say, or even pretend, that ARCA is independent, hired by the feds. No, that ship has sailed.
Yeah. And Kevin,
this is going to be, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, it starts off, I think something like this, it starts off well, and he's like, oh yeah, we do testing for, NHL, for professional hockey and blah, blah, blah. But see, to me, I've just learned that this stuff gets wiped away when they're giving Hank more time to prepare for this guy. And I agree with you, Kevin. There's just something of, I don't know about how he's disingenuous, how the wife is a free Karen Reed person, or we know about,
smarmy. He's
a
smarmy as
lessee.
hell.
Well, they sent an invoice, and Your Honor, we paid it. You know, that whole foolishness, or as
Right.
Kate said, the deleted texts, and wait till these get into the Signal app.
Yeah.
I
The U.S.
think,
Attorney's Office communicating with them
yeah,
about the violating sequestration order.
right.
There's a lot.
Good
There's
point.
a lot there. Yeah.
So I'm just I'm just conditioned now that, you know, like right now, if he doesn't seem great with Alan Jackson, well then it's really game over. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I would expect that if they're going to have a day to, you know, come out of the courthouse pumping their fists and the whole thing, then today's the day. But there's storm clouds coming in the form of Hank Brennan.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So we are gonna see Dr. Welcher on rebuttal, Kate.
Yes, yeah, that's already been established. Yeah.
That's gonna be huge. So we'll see Crosby and Welcher. Anybody else we might see on rebuttal?
I mean, Crosby, Welcher, probably dog DNA. That's probably about it. I think that's the only new stuff that they've really brought in, right?
Right. Right.
Hey Kevin, can I
dog
ask? Are you guys surprised? I'm still stunned at the people that still think it's dog bites. And there was this woman, she's New Hampshire NPR. She was on court TV last night, not with me, but she said Marie Wilson was the greatest expert she had ever seen. Like I don't know. Then
Sue O'Connell said that on Canton Confidential yesterday. She said that Dr. Russell. No, I'm sorry. She said Lucky Lawford.
Lucky
was the greatest witness she'd ever seen in any trial.
Oh my!
I'm
yeah.
But the why in that is important.
Yeah,
the why is important. She thinks that
who didn't see anything.
No, she thinks that he's the best witness she's ever seen because, and I quote, he stuck to his script.
What?
That's what she said. He
That's
stuck
not
to his
a
script.
that's not a loose paraphrase. That's what she.
That's
she
literally
said
verbatim what she
oh,
said.
Wow.
But Kate,
Wow,
she didn't
so
praise.
don't even
She didn't
pretend
play.
you're crooked.
She didn't praise Kelly Dever like that. I didn't hear any praise like that. There's someone that stood up to Jackson, and I can tell you guys from inside courtroom source that this is a young. The women that are on the jury are younger rather than older, and Jackson badgering her, the Boston police officer, that did not go over well with the female jury. But you're not going to get that from Canton Confidential.
Sue O'Connell stuck to her script too.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
God, she's a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I mean-
Sue, you're no, worm.
I still hear people saying the 227 search is valid. The FBI is coming. I mean, I just was blown up on DMs. I had to turn them off.
Hey, Kevin, you know... Oh, I'm sorry, Jen.
Fascinating. No, go ahead.
Kevin, you know what I want to mention? I haven't heard anyone say this, but, you know, when you're... And we all watch it. I'll say this, where NBC Boston, where I think they should have their feet held to the fire, is they'll say, you know, whether it's tonight or whatever, Vinny will say, and here's Nick Rocco, Karen Reed supporter, and then Kevin Lenahan, who is, you know, Yellow Cottage. So at least then they don't just say, here's Nick Rocco, an unbiased person. We're NBC Boston, and I don't know why local media, no one calls, but she should not be presented as just, oh, I'm just here seeing it as the jury. I mean, she is a completely free Karen Reed person. I was hearing from someone this morning. She was chatting with Karen. Karen said, oh, I'll send you some videos and some things.
Right.
So, but, you know, and then anyone that would defend the blogger. So I think NBC Boston, really, people go after Sue O'Connell, but I think it's really the station that should be held accountable for presenting her as, you know, and again, if you go to politics, you watch the Sunday shows, they have, you know, here's Rice Priebus, who worked in the Trump White House, and then there's Donna Brazile. So you get the sense of, okay, so as the Democrat, there's the Republican. I think it's very disingenuous for NBC Boston to be presenting her as just this unbiased person when it's so clear what side she's on.
Well, I've also told that last night they informed Judge Jack Lew that he's no longer allowed on the show or welcome on the show because they've had too many complaints. So obviously the free Karen Reed people organized and put their complaints in, and so it's just we've all dealt with this, you know. The Justice for Karen Reed Reddit group I formed it And then when the Free Karen Read people took it over, they got me ousted as the moderator of it, as the host of it. So even though I formed the group, I am no longer a moderator at it. I got booted.
Wow.
That's what
And
they do.
another lie that they perpetuate is, when it came out, when Gretchen Voss did that first big story in Boston Common Magazine, Town Divided, and she talked with, Alan Jackson. She met with them several times. Obviously, we've heard some of the audio of her and Karen, but she was asking him about, what about this blogger? And they swore to her, oh, no, we've never met the guy. We've never talked to him. And
Oh
then
yeah,
she
slide
talked
straight
with
out.
him. Yeah.
Yep.
And he said, no, never. And then, when they got his devices, they'd spoken 90 times. And then they
Yep.
try to flip it to, hey, there's nothing wrong with talking to a source. That's not the point. It
Right.
was a lie from the beginning. They were trying to boost him up as this incredible investigative reporter. Anyone that's dealt with him, he's not an investigative reporter. Karen was leaking all the grand jury testimony. Karen
Right.
was the editor saying,
Right.
don't publish this, publish that. They leaked the autopsy photos. The O'Keefes had to see those online. But that's not to be disingenuous in that way. But that was their ploy. And to this day, Sue O'Connell, oh, you got to hand it to him. He's an investigator. He's not. He was
No,
he was
who would
working
believe
with
that?
the defense
Yeah.
investigator
You
with the
could tell
Lucky
that from day
situation.
one. Anybody with common sense could tell from day one that that article was not the result of an investigation. It was hand fed to him. Anybody could see that with common sense, even if you believe Karen is innocent. That's just common sense. Anybody could look at that and understand that. But his audience can't understand that.
No, or they don't want to.
Right.
Yeah. And Kevin, Kevin knows it so well, how well the story. I mean, and people now don't even realize. Remember the whole thing of Scanlon? Brian Albert called and confessed to Scanlon, and he's going to come forward. And John was snooping around. I mean, the whole thing from the beginning has just been one fiasco, hoax, lie. But
Kate, I have a question for Kate, because Kate knows the origins of it too.
Yeah.
Do we know who is it that first started using Signal, Kate? Was it Alan Jackson? Was it Karen? Is this unknown at this point? Who was the first one that first introduced the Signal communication into Karen's world?
It seems to have been from Karen, because Karen first introduced it to Natalie, right?
Yeah, right.
And I know that prior to that, this is kind of interesting though. Turtle Boy was using Signal because when I was given the screenshots of the messages of him discussing how defending himself for sending nude pictures of his own children to an anonymous online troll, those messages, those screenshots came from a Signal group that he was in. So he had been using Signal for a while. So it could just be a coincidence that Karen also had a proclivity towards Signal, because at least to Natalie's knowledge, it was introduced to. I would have to go back and ask actually when it was introduced, because I would say there's two genesis possible here, either Karen Read or Turtle Boy, but
or Alan Jackson. He's used this before in other cases, So we don't.
That's possible too. But what I
Yes.
can say is that Turtle Boy had been using it. When was the hackening again? When was that whole thing when he pretended to be hacked and was sending out the nude pictures of his own children? I think that was 2021.
Oh,
that's before my awareness of turtles. So
Yeah, but I'm saying well, it was more like I was throwing a boomer or whatever else. I think it was 2021. So he had been using Signal for years to do things like discuss why it's okay that he sent nude pictures of his own children to an anonymous online troll.
Sorry, I was just off mic there. Yes, I believe it was 2021.
Hey, Kevin, can I throw out just another media complaint? And that is that Boston 25, they were using the lawyer as their legal analyst. I mean,
Unbelievable.
that guy, what has he had? Three car accident cases. He's down in Florida. Think of all the local Massachusetts attorneys, even in New England, really, even nationwide for this type of case they could use. To use that guy. And there's a good piece that his name is Frank. He put it out this morning. He wrote a piece about him and Betterow, how these guys, they present themselves as though they're just legal experts, but they're 100% for the defense.
Last week or a couple weeks ago, Canton Confidential had Brother Counsel on, who's just another
Oh, my
grifter.
God.
And he's not from, he's from like, I don't know, he's from Wisconsin or something like that,
Wow. Well, Kevin, what do you think? The defense, Dr. Wolf, Alan, where do they want to lead the jury this afternoon going into the weekend?
Well, they're obviously trying to suggest that John was not struck by a vehicle. And I think that's kind of all, that's probably all they're there for, right? So, but the cross-examination is going to take a long time today. If they get to it today, it's going to be very interesting. So stick around for that fireworks. This is where we're going to see Hank at his best, And he has a lot of ammo.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're just trying to be able to say to the jury, like, tomato. They have an expert. We have an expert. They want it all like washed out. I think they'd be very happy if the jury just disregards both and says, I don't know. I liked Welcher made some good points. Wolf made some good points. It's a draw. So we're going to put it to the side. I think if they do that, that's a win.
Anything even close to a draw, even if it's like 20-80, that helps the defense,
Yeah.
So, but there's so much more evidence that they can look at. And I think a lot of times a jury is going to have that common sense understanding that defense teams can find experts that'll say what they want them to say. And that's where this is done so effective here, is they've seen a lot of that already, right? So Dr. Marie Russell, a little suspicious here. She's qualified, but how does she appear out of the middle of nowhere?
Yeah.
Reaching out to a prosecutor from Los Angeles who's friends with Alan Jackson, or as Hank pointed out, someone that's on that, that's a lawyer for the defense team. So they've kind of seen this they've seen this played out over and over now.
Yeah. And Kevin, with Lucky, as much as he's a hero and different people, he's the best witness. Okay, he's the best witness, great guy. But what if he had said, actually, on the stand, I did feel pressured to say something? What would have been the reaction then? And I was asked in an interview, and they said, do you think it's intimidation? And they played the clip of the blogger going off. And I said, well, if he was sticking to his guns and he's an honest guy, if that's not intimidation, then what would it sound like? What would a tape of someone trying to intimidate someone sound like if that's not intimidation?
It's not just that. I wish I was like, oh, should I message him? But I knew you were on the air and there's a delay and everything else. But that's only one of like 6 or 7 videos like that.
Oh, is it?
You know what I mean? It wasn't an isolated incident. It's not like he said one thing to. It's on my Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, I did a compilation of some of them.
I'll share them then, Kate, because I know the media, they're looking for them.
Yeah, no, please do. I have the original clips too, but there's multiple instances of these threatening statements.
Yeah.
Multiple.
They need to be shared, and I wish they had been played in court yesterday. So Sue O'Connell, like, how can you defend your friendship with him after seeing that? I mean, I just. And it's not just about intimidating the witness. It's also about the opportunity to be popular with the crowd. I think there's a couple of sides to that.
Okay, are you all set, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, before we get into laboratory test B, I failed to ask you, were you compensated or was ARCA paid following the proceeding last year for any of the time?
Yes, last year.
Yes. Last year.
Correct, yes.
Do you know how much that was?
From what I recall, I think it was around $20,000.
Was ARCA paid by the defense your initial testing, initial analysis, which we talked about earlier this morning? Was ARCA paid by the defense for any of that?
No, not the report, testing, none of that.
Okay. What were you paid for last year related to the first proceeding?
My time to appear at the proceeding.
Travel?
Correct, travel, testimony. Yes, sir.
So the form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What about now? Have you been paid any additional sums by the defense specifically for your undertaking that you're testifying about today?
Yes.
About how much have you been paid?
I think when I spoke to accounting, I think they indicated it was around $50,000.
Okay. Let's talk about laboratory test B, as in Bravo. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
What was different about lab test B as opposed to lab test A?
So the tests were essentially identical aside from the speed increase going from 10 up to 17.
Okay, let's take a look at the next slide. Just so I'm clear, Doctor, I want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Is this slide 35 pursuant to your notes?
This is slide 36.
36, got it. Okay. We could be a little bit more brief, I think, because is this similar to the 10-mile-an-hour test, just with increased velocity?
Correct.
Okay. What about the purple hued taillight on the right? What is that?
So again, that is a thermal image depicting the temperature profile of the right taillight that was tested.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to note that the average temperature profile of the taillight here in this test was approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Is that below freezing?
It is, yes.
And the ATD, the test dummy, if you will?
Yes.
Is it also clothed?
Correct, yes. With you may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
Was it also an exact replica of the sweatshirt at issue worn by John O'Keefe? I'll ask it a different way. How did it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test and the one that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this will be a video that you will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, it once the linear impactor reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So, in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we're talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Okay. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please? What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the taillight there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Can you describe the decoupling that's shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So in this slide, you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct, not real time.
Okay. What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
It was more significant than the 10 mile an hour test, which, again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide. And what is this depicting?
This is extracted frames from the previous video just showing right at contact, during contact, and post-contact.
Next slide, please. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph is depicting the damage to the taillight at the conclusion of the test, where, again, it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior diffusers and plastic components are intact in this test.
When you say intact, what do you mean?
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
Next slide, please. What is that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers in terms of being cracked, shattered, or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is a photograph depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece, and there is one more red piece in this bag. So the outer lens broke into approximately 4 pieces in the 17-mile-per-hour test. And I'll point out one other thing just because you can see it in the photograph. This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17-mile-an-hour test impact to the test taillight, comparing it to that of the subject taillight.
Were you able to reach any conclusions or opinions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight on the right is consistent with striking an arm at 17 miles per hour?
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
What's the basis of that opinion?
The test that I've just showed you all.
Was that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17-mile-an-hour impact?
Correct, yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of the right arm?
There were no punctures, holes, or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case, is the damage that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
Next slide, please. What is this graph depicting?
So going back to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17-mile-an-hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak acceleration at around 5 milliseconds, and that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs?
Correct.
Or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
Did that have any significance on your analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an Exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy, and then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Can we go to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the Exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could go to slide 49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the Exemplar vehicle. We have a forklift that was hoisted up that ultimately was suspending the arm. I think I have an additional photograph that shows it close up. But the arm was suspended from the forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests. So as you can see, the forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
Why did you choose this configuration for the arm, the forearm, the hand, the elbow?
It was based upon my review of Dr. Welcher's work, and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in positioning the arm this direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this...
So I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
Does this configuration align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Okay. Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Remember when Free Karen Reed said a human couldn't break the taillight? Pepperidge Farms remembers.
Yeah, just showing. Oops, I'm getting an echo. Hold on a second. Yeah, just showing that images almost seemed like it helped the prosecution. It was really strange.
A little bit, and we haven't even hit 24 miles an hour. So I mean, like,
yeah,
we're getting that much damage to the taillight so far, right?
Yeah.
And again, there's no bracing, jutting of the elbow outward, like you had pointed out, Kevin.
Yeah.
The focused focal point, right? That would create different damage and disbursement or dispersal of debris and plastic throughout his forearm and arm. That's not accounted here. So
I mean, just setting up that test where it's done on the forearm seems almost dishonest. Like you're setting it up to fail.
Yep. Yep. I agree. Yep.
Man, I think the jury will understand that too.
I would hope so.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's maybe self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these two photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install, and on the right is a thermal image of that. And if I may just point out with the temperature. So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to account for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly?
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground, and that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying a compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Let's move on to the next slide. What are we looking at in this overhead view?
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the hybrid suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
Can you use your spotlight and orient us? Where are the vehicles and the testing locations?
Yes. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Okay. Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that. Dr. Wolf, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead. Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one. What are we looking at in this video? Or, I'm sorry, in this photograph?
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight and the arm.
Okay. Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Right. So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with, I'm sorry, what I previously said, the wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight, and then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? And what is this angle?
This is, same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATT?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video. Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these three photographs?
So you're looking at, on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post-contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have, the hand isn't, and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests, and the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight, with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
So nothing on the upper arm?
Correct.
Making contact?
Correct, nothing on the upper arm, yes.
Okay. If we can move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
So this is depicting the test taillights of the 15 mile per hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the Exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 15 miles per hour?
In this test, it was inconsistent.
Even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Was that testing that we just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this graph?
So you're looking at the hand acceleration over time. So you can see that because, as you saw in the previous video and slides, the hand initially made contact with the taillight. So that gets accelerated up first. So we're getting peak accelerations in this test for the hand of about 254 Gs. And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
What was the arm or the appendage outfitted with to determine the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the lift gate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside to the full-scale vehicle testing, we had a liftgate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the, the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted, and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds. Ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds, it does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes,
spun?
There's some rotation going on, so it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in delta?
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the taillight while we install the upper tail, the liftgate taillight to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the taillight after the install. So the average temperature of this taillight during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay. If we could watch this video, please. Do your next slides show, there you go, the suspended arm. What are we looking at here?
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm. So you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolf, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated? I'm sorry, I was talking over that.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
okay. What are the purple and white lines that we see?
So those are guidelines to help. I will note that this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a target. So just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in real time, yes.
What's the speed that the vehicle is entering the frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you. What happened to the arm in terms of its suspension?
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
Is there a reason you believe physically that that arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
What does that suggest in terms of the force that was exerted, just before we get to the other testing, the force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines?
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay. Next slide, please. And what is this?
This is a video, a high-speed video, so slow motion of test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay. Was this strike more reflective of what you were attempting to replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow-motion video depicting the test D at 29 miles per hour, just a different perspective than the previous video.
Okay. Next slide. And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly at first contact with the majority of the hand, well, the hand and majority of the forearm in contact with the liftgate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there on that far left frame? Does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate in terms of the orientation of the arm versus the taillight?
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15, yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes. Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
What were you trying to replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29 mile an hour test in this particular orientation?
We were trying to see, based upon Dr. Welcher's orientation, what happens to the arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we looking at?
So this is a photograph depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well as the quarter panel taillight.
And what do you note in terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5 millimeter red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of the 29 mile per hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolf?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Sustained as to that.
With regard to your opinion concerning whether the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What is depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29 mile per hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs at 2 milliseconds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
This is the acceleration of the arm reaching peak acceleration of about 500 Gs.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
Between the hand and the arm?
Understood. Which one suffered or was subject to 800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed. So what speed did the hand get up to as a result of the impact? So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the arm accelerates up to, by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24 mile an hour impact test. What is that?
So this is a 24 mile an hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Next slide, please. Why did you utilize 24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2, and I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour. So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, or ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a thermal image of the taillights just after the install with the average temperature at about just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And what are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left. that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please. Next slide. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended, attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Next slide. What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
And could we go to the next slide, please? And what is this?
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolf, I failed to ask this, it may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new Exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. If you could play this for us, please. Next slide. In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted with the hoodie that you've earlier described?
Yes.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the sleeve, the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before, it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video, or in this picture?
So this is a overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion, thank you. So the line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
On what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand and the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, as an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm, what happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No.
Was it projected rearward?
No.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the 29 mile an hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy, or a test dummy, that was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I want to go back to that test, even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that Exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the Exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no. It was
Okay.
in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the rescue Randy, and then you'll see the rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay. Can you play that one more time, please? Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered, so we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves?
You don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So it's, he's wearing gloves. He's capturing the thermal images now.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Next slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate and the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Next slide. And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the Exemplar taillight, even at this direct impact?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the Exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay, that was my question. And is there another slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay, we can have the lights. Dr. Wolf, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all of the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The Exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started?
What's preference? Lunch is not good.
Joyce, why don't we let you have your lunch? Okay. So we'll come back. We'll come back ready to go at 1:30.
All rise in court, please.
Dan, as kind of an outsider to the case a little bit, you have a little more independent perspective. Did any of that impress you, or what do you think?
I thought they proved the Commonwealth's case. To me, I just saw a bunch of damage to the car.
Yeah.
The scenarios in which they were trying to show more damage. It was an impact, obviously. That wasn't where John was alleged to have been impacted. Even in that 129 mile per hour impact, the right part of the taillight, because it was so center mass, wasn't even damaged. So, I thought that the taillight damage looked pretty similar. To me, it looked apparent that they were not getting the right angle on purpose, but it was still very damning to the case of Karen Reed.
I've had hundreds of times the question from people that keep insisting that there's no way that a polycarbonate taillight could be shattered by that elbow at that speed.
Yeah,
but now we see that it was much lower. That it was easy to shatter it. Oops, let me get the volume on this. Oh no, this Kate's got it.
It's me. I got it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
One other thing that I had noticed is that when they were doing the impacts, and there was a video where the elbow area hit the side, you can see the flex of the side of the metal, and it kind of had like a circular radiating flex to it, very similar to the circular cut or damage to that taillight on the right side. To me, that was a pretty good indication of where the elbow actually made contact with the taillight.
Jenny, you here still, or I'm not sure if she's just.
She's got no picture up. So I'm a little...
Okay. All right. Boomer, you here?
I am too.
Can never tell who's here when I can't see them.
No worries. No worries.
What do you think? What do you think?
I kind of side with my doppelganger here, Dan. I think they made a great case for the Commonwealth that did show damage to the taillight.
Right.
I think that's really going to damage the defense, but I think it's going to be really easy for Hank to attack this on all sides. I mean, Welcher already said why he didn't use a dummy, right? They can't prove exactly where he was standing. So basically, all these tests that ARCA did were set up in one position, right? So you ran all those tests with the body in one position, and you proved that one position wasn't in alignment with a vehicle strike, but you didn't disprove any other position, right? And that can be attacked. So basically, ARCA wasted their time. I don't think Karen got her money's worth. ARCA flipped. I think AJ's. I don't think he cares anymore. He just wants to go home.
I thought it did a little damage to Barrows too, because one of the things that I wanted to see in both trials
Mm.
that I didn't see from the prosecution, I really imagined them bringing in a taillight and plugging it in and showing us how it works, what part is clear glass, what part is red glass. And, so looking at this, seeing the clear glass part of that, you could kind of almost see where barrels got confused, between what was clear glass and what was missing. It helped us, seeing this test really helped us envision the taillight a lot better.
I agree. Yeah, it really did. It really did.
An arm can't break a taillight. Those taillights are indestructible.
Yeah.
How long did we hear that for?
Oh my
guys?
God.
How long
I
did
heard
we
it
hear that?
I still get people screaming that at me all the time.
They yelled it off the rooftops, man, forever.
God.
It's impossible. You can't do it. So yeah, you can, you weirdos. And there you go. Yeah.
And we got to see not just that it broke, but the way it shattered. I mean, this
shattered.
I know it was amazing how much this kind of seemed to help the prosecution in some weird way. I don't know. It's really strange. She would have been better off spending her money on testing the carpet.
Yeah, exactly. And you notice how it shattered too. It left some jagged edges there,
Yeah.
and they're gonna argue that like no. Like if it's safety glass, you see how that breaks out almost into pebbles and circular pieces, right?
Yeah.
It's harder to prove that, and that does cut. But you could try to lean and say, well, no, look at it's breaking in a circular pattern. This is breaking in like sawtooths, right?
Yeah,
tooths, Jesus, saw teeth, right? And I mean, you're gonna argue that that's impossible to puncture a hoodie and leave abrasions? Yeah, all right. Good luck.
Tyler, since you're here, you seem to cherry pick little pieces of evidence, but how do you react to the fact that the defense is not going to call any expert to claim that John went up and down stairs? He's not going to call any expert to claim that the 220 search for House Long Night in the Cold happened. They're not going to call anybody to talk about deletions. Do you just ignore this stuff? I'm just trying to understand how your thought process works. Do you just ignore all these claims that the defense has made over the last 2 years, many of which probably were very impressive to you at the time? Now, the claim that the Alvin Jackson said in the opening statement that they have a witness that's going to show that saw John inside the house. Do you just forget all this stuff? Does your memory, does it just slip away and you focus on the thing that you want to focus on? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to understand how the mind of Free Karen Reed works because it baffles me. I really don't understand it. No, I guess you can't answer, obviously, but
if suspension of disbelief was an Olympic sport, we'd have a whole lot of champions going on, Kevin. I mean,
yeah, it's just unbelievable how to cherry pick and try to find that one little piece of data that maybe establishes the thin little ledge to stand on in order to maintain the conspiracy belief. I just don't really understand the way. I don't know. I guess we've seen this with people that are diehard UFO believers or JFK conspiracy. You're just clinging to that thing because you really want to believe it so badly that you cling to that little couple of pieces of evidence that will give you hope that this might be true. I don't know. I don't really understand that way of thinking. But
why is ARCA going to such great lengths to ignore the text stream data too?
yeah,
that's weird, isn't it?
They're not going to be able to ignore it on cross, though.
No doubt. No doubt. And the holes, where are the holes in his arms that people are saying like there's no damage in the hoodie? Again, the test was done with the forearm outstretched, right? Slightly bent and flat. It wasn't done in any other angle. Let's just take one simple angle. Again, if he had braced with his back leg, jutted out his right elbow to brace for impact because he may have heard it coming, didn't have enough time to move, but just tensed up, would that shatter it in a different pattern? And would that cut his arm up? I'm going to assume, I'm not a scientist, highly likely, highly probable, highly likely and probable that's why ARCA didn't test that.
Right.
So, I mean, they didn't give you every angle.
Yeah, why did they just arbitrarily pick that one position too?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, nobody thinks that a taillight striking the forearm, I mean, that clearly would have shattered John's forearm. Nobody thinks it happened that way except for and I don't know if the ARCA guys really think that, but I think they're just deliberately trying to help the defense. So they're setting up tests that are designed to fail, and is what they're doing here. So, I mean, I don't know.
I agree. Yeah. Well, they know they're hooped, right? Like they're done. They're in. They've doubled down. They know they're about to get exposed. This is their Hail Mary to keep getting more contracts. Like, good luck getting an MRAP deal now.
I can remember this summer being at the hearing, and you got hundreds of people on one side, and maybe 80 or 90 people on the other side, and there's this no man's land in the middle that's patrolled by the state police. And I crossed the no man's land to try to talk to some of the pink shirts, and all the cameras were drawn to me. So LTL and Mazda Media, they all come over, and Brian from LTL is saying, he's shouting at me, "Do you believe the world is flat?" And I know where he's going to go with it, right? And he says,
Ironically,
"Well, what do you think that science, with a capital S, science, establishes that John couldn't have been struck by a vehicle?" So to these people, ARCA represents science, like they're up on Mount Olympus deciding what is science and what isn't. And it's just, that's not how it works. They're not independent. They are one side's experts, just as the other side has experts. And these experts compete in a trial to convince the jury. And, it was clear that these guys are not in any way independent. They're trying to help the defense. That's been clear since day one. And we learned that Alan Jackson was communicating very closely with Dr. Wolf, and the U.S. Attorney's Office is trying to help Dr. Wolf. I mean, these guys had bought into a side and were doing everything they could to help it. And it's really kind of immature to not understand that,
Yeah, I wouldn't take much seriously from that guy. He's human Melba toast. I can't listen to him. It's like, is Melba toast flat, you derp? I just can't take that guy seriously. Not at all. No patience for him.
What's the thing with him and dildos? Doesn't he have like a
say
crazy? No,
he might be.
He's got some sort of like affinity for dildos. I don't know. I see a lot of pictures with him and like dildos.
Wow, I did not know that. I knew
like
he
on,
made
like
a
on the
play button
table,
for his-
like on a car,
hero.
like in a cannon, like yeah.
Wow.
Never seen that? You should go on Twitter.
No.
There's like a million pictures of LTL with like all these. I didn't really understand what it. I mean, to each his own. I'm not like hating him,
Right?
But
maybe it's a salesman.
yeah, that's why.
Yeah. He's a
could
bulk
be.
dealer. I don't know.
Oh boy. Well, you got to earn a living. You got to earn a living, right? So,
is he doing impact tests? Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry.
You're going
not a
to
good
hell.
person. I know. I've held it for days and not done that. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm just kidding.
all right. So, what are they going to be back at 1:45? You think?
1:45, we get our long anticipated cross examination.
And fortunately, Hank, when he asks his questions for stuff like this, he does it very rapid fire. So it won't be plodding and slow. We might even get through it today, I think. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So real quick, Kate, I'd asked you in the private chat. One of my viewers had asked me last time, and I forgot to ask, and he asked me again. I really don't know anything about the TB guy. He asked the questions, why isn't he a high school teacher anymore? Is there a backstory behind it? I don't know anything about the dude outside of what I just learned yesterday about those videos and the threats with Lucky. And so is there more to that story?
Yeah, so there's a lot of rumors that you have to be careful of. People have accused him of being in Chester, if you get my meaning there. That's not supported by evidence. Essentially, he was a high school teacher, and by all accounts, not a very good one. He was the recipient of dozens of guidance, student, and parent complaints that were written, so formal reprimands that included a hearing and all that. I've been told by numerous people that I know that are teachers that it's unusual. It has to be a pretty serious allegation for it to be written and a hearing offered. If it's something minor, they usually just pull the teacher aside. Hey, so-and-so has an issue with this, what's the deal here? Some feedback. Cool, we're good. But he would get constant formal complaints. So already right off the rip, not a good teacher, not popular with the administration, not really popular with the students, just problematic. Okay. So he starts blogging in his free time, and he makes the supremely intelligent decision to involve some of his students with his attempts to be a blogger. So he would share the blogs on social media with students, ask for feedback from students. And we know what his blogs are like. And it was maybe not as extreme back then as it is now, but in the same vein, right? So he, at one point on his way to a track and country meet, because he was their, one of their coaches, he was the coach that was following the bus in his car, and he sees a intoxicated man on the side of the road in distress. So he pulls over and he decides to photograph and film this guy and mock him instead of helping any aid. And he's technically on school time when he's doing this because he's supposed to be going to this meet. So he uploads the pictures and whatever he took, and he writes a blog mocking and bullying this guy, right? And because the students were aware of the blog, it gets back to the school. And so the school reprimands him again and tells him, look, you can't do this. This is against our bullying process. You're setting a terrible example for the kids. If you see someone on the side of the road, you should help them, right? Not mock them. Like, no
turn
more
them
of
into
this.
content.
Yeah, stop it. Okay, so he's already put on notice, like, stop it. And he doesn't stop it. So he continues this, being a bad influence on the kids, doing whatever it was that was causing all these complaints with the kids and their parents in the guidance office. And then he ends up traveling to a Buffalo Bills game while still employed. So this is on his own time. It's not on school time, but he's at this Buffalo Bills game with his friends. And at the Buffalo Bills game, according to people that were there and blogs that have been written on this and comments, what we can determine is there was a teenage girl at this Buffalo Bills game, and he was harassing her in a sexual way, you know, making gestures, comments, all that. And she was getting more and more noticeably upset, and other people were starting to notice, and they were saying, hey buddy, knock it off. And he wasn't. So as he's sexually harassing this young girl, he's taking pictures of her, and you can see in the picture she's visibly upset. And so he writes a blog on this under his Turtle Boy Sports and says, this is the saddest Bills fan in the world, and makes fun of her, right? So the other Buffalo Bills fans that had been around that day catch wind of this, and they're able to identify who he is. And so they find out that he's Aiden Carney from Worcester, Massachusetts, and they're able to figure out that he works at the school system. So they start getting a bunch of emails about it saying, you know, he's sexually harassing teenagers. And the school obviously felt that this was true and believable and in line with the issues that they had already had with him. So they ended up letting him go. They went through the process with the union. So essentially what happened was he was forced to resign. He was allowed to keep his teaching license for some god unknown reason. He was given the remainder of his salary for the year and told, like, don't come back. So that, in a nutshell, that's what happened, is that he was a terrible teacher who exhibited terrible behaviors, involved his students in those terrible behaviors, set a terrible example, upset parents and students, and then sexually harassed a young teenage girl. I say young teenage, she was, I've heard 14 to 18, so somewhere in that range, right? If you go online to stuff that's being written around this time period, they're saying it was a 14-year-old girl. He, of course, denies that it was a teenager at all, more likely than not, especially based on the pictures that he had posted that have been scrubbed from the internet, but there are archives of it. Young looking girl, somewhere between 14 and 18. And he was, in his, 30s at the time.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea about who he was or anything about him. I'd heard about the witness intimidation stuff. I had heard that he had went to a soccer game and harassed one of the witnesses. And
lacrosse,
then,
yeah, but yeah.
Oh,
and that was a high school lacrosse game, because for some reason he has like this proclivity towards teenagers, particularly girls.
Yeah. And then I heard about the comments about Lucky, the threats that he made yesterday. And so that was the extent of my knowledge of the guy.
Well, have you seen all of them? Because Court TV is only playing one.
I've only seen the ones that we played the last time we were here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I played them this morning. But my irritation now is that Court TV is acting like this was a isolated incident, and it was not. He made many threats to Lucky and his reputation and his family until Lucky changed his testimony. Once he changed his testimony, once he decided to come forward and commit to what he did not want to sign an affidavit for and what he did not want to return David Unetti's calls for. So that's the timeline. This again is being set by Turtle Boy, just so we're all clear. This is the timeline. Okay, so shortly after the incident, shortly after John dies, Karen hires a PI because she's obviously going to fight this, right? So she has the PI. The PI finds Lucky Lawfren. Lucky Lawfren tells him, "Yeah, I plowed the road. I didn't see anything there. I didn't see John O'Keefe." Great. Okay. So then David Unetti is like, "Well, we got to get this guy to sign an affidavit." Just like all the other false affidavits they've tried to get people to sign, right? So, they want him to sign an affidavit. Lucky doesn't want to sign an affidavit, doesn't want to testify, doesn't want to be involved. Understandably so, because he has nothing to offer. The first version of his story is just what he didn't see, pretty much. And then at some point there was a car. He was very vague. So he doesn't want him to be involved, and he ghosts them. That's Turtle Boy's words, not mine. He doesn't want to return any of Unetti's calls. He's not signing an affidavit. Great. So then fast forward to when Turtle Boy gets involved, and presumably Karen and Unetti tell Turtle Boy about Lucky Lawfren because he finds out about him. So then Lucky, he tries to contact Lucky. Lucky finally answers him and says, "I don't want to answer questions anymore. Sorry if that makes it difficult. Bye." And that's not okay with Turtle Boy. So now Turtle Boy starts issuing these threats. He writes a blog about him. He puts out personal information. He starts teasing that he has more information, that he's going to let, Lucky, that he's going to let people know. He's going to publish it all. He's going to tell Brian Albert that Lucky has somehow betrayed him. Presumably, he's going to tell him he did something, and is insinuating to Lucky that Brian Albert's going to be upset with him. He tells Lucky that he has the power to severely change his life. You better talk to me. You better come forward. And then, as he's doing this the same day, Lucky all of a sudden reaches out to the defense again and then speaks to Turtle Boy, and then the harassment stops.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying that, well, he doesn't feel threatened. I mean, when somebody's under duress, and he clearly looked to be like he was under duress, especially having Turtle Boy in the courtroom when he was testifying, you really can't take that as face value because of the threat. I mean, if somebody's holding a gun to someone's head and they're telling him, "You say you feel fine," and the person looks at you shaking and visibly scared and says, "I'm fine," as a logical person, are you supposed to say, "Oh, okay, they're good to go," and turn around and leave? And it just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And what he's describing is essentially duress. He doesn't want to say that he's threatened, but he's going, "Yeah, I was being bothered. It was aggravating, whatever. It had an impact on me. I didn't want it to happen. I didn't want any of this. And then when I did what was asked of me, it stopped." That is duress. Right. That is, something was happening. I found it unpleasant. I did what I was expected of me, and now it has stopped. That is a direct cause and effect right there, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I can't believe people even arguing this sometimes.
The other thing, Daniel, in all these things, whether it's Barrows or Devers or Lucky, on the one side of it is intimidation, but the other side of it is and it was different too, especially in 2023, a massive mob here. And there's a temptation on some people to want to be popular with that mob, to want to appeal to that, because we see that probably 85% of the general public thinks Karen is innocent based on the limited information that they have, and not based on not realizing how much of the conspiracy theory has been debunked. So there's something desirable for some people to want to become a hero to that mob. And Lucky, after his testimony last year, was definitely celebrated. They had T-shirts made up. I mean, he was definitely celebrated. And my understanding from people that work at the DPW is he's been enjoying his 15 minutes of fame quite a bit since last year.
Right.
So, there's a lot that goes into it. There's the intimidation side. There's the aspect of being, and listen, Turtle Boy is popular, or maybe a lot less so now, but at that time in 2023 was popular before a lot of stuff came out about him, and before people, maybe a lot of people, decent people understood what he was. A lot of people wanted to appeal to him. They wanted to be accepted. And you see this with the jurors now. How many jurors have come forward? The jurors that had voted acquittal have come forward to reach out to who? To Turtle Boy. They go on his show, whether it's Ronnie or the dismissed juror, they end up under his sway. And there's a desire from some people like that to want to be accepted by the Turtle Boy and the Turtle Riders. He's as close to famous as they'll ever touch. And so there's a couple of,
That is sad. I mean, I think the intimidation weighs in a lot harder than the want to have a photo op with Rita Lombardi. I mean, I'm just assuming from my point of view, but hard to say what Lucky was thinking, but yeah, he was definitely threatened. Definitely.
Kate is as close to famous as I'll ever touch.
Oh, shut
And the first time I met her in person was jumping into her car in front of the courthouse in Dedham with a tiny mob of pink shirts, elderly pink shirts, chasing us.
Yep, that's true. They
Oh,
did. They did
man.
try to pursue. Yeah, it's exciting, you know.
Oh my God, the stuff I've experienced in the last couple of years.
The great flapping of bingo wings. Oh God, it's frightening.
Actually, I think I might be getting an SUV next. That's like sort of what I'm planning towards.
People in my family were listening to Tom CPU because he was in that little mob, and he's reporting on his channel that they were chasing me and Kate through side streets and alleys, which was so.
I never
stupid.
got out of my car.
No, I know, and I was just standing in front of the courthouse waiting for her to show up, and I just got in the car, and that's it. There was no. I don't know why he was reporting that. It was very strange. They were forced down a side street by the state police because the state police knew they were, and they could tell I was there with like my computer, and I was just obviously there to meet someone. They had no problem with me. They probably knew who I was too, but they made the crowd of zombies move down the side street next to the courthouse. So the only one running was the mob of zombies from the state troopers.
Oh my God!
I had to circle around them like 3 times too to get like the first time I went by them, I was like, because they always recognize my car. And
Right.
I make it easy because I have like a Justice for John sticker on the back or whatever. But like it's like giving catnip to cats when they see me. Like it's just what they're like. Like I don't know, guys. You guys do not have the same impact on me. I can say that for goddamn sure. I've never seen a free Karen. And you know what? It's so funny. I was saying the other day, I pass by free Karen Read people, and so one thing that they've done is they have taken my image and either. I can't figure out if they're just picking really unflattering still shots or if they're somehow altering them, but I look grotesque in these images that they share of me. And it's not what I look like in real life. So
No,
sometimes I'm able to actually, right. So I'm actually able to like walk by them and they don't even recognize me sometimes. There was actually a lady in a free Karen Read shirt somewhere I was at, and we engaged in an entire conversation, nothing to do with the case, just where I was at the time. Would be a reason to naturally have a conversation. We had an entire conversation. She had no idea who I was. I out there is this older free Karen Read woman was wearing the shirt and everything who has had a friendly conversation with me and does not even know that she was
I had
talking.
no idea. Wow.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's the beauty of propaganda, right? It's so far
Yep.
from real life that you can, yeah.
They do the same
Speak
thing to
on
Jen
that.
Coffin effort too. That group does not like women. There's just something they don't.
No,
there's something about them.
There's an issue there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Karen Read and Turtle Boy also don't like women, so that probably makes sense.
They're all saying now that I said he got hit by a plow. I'm like, where have you guys been for your commentary for the past 2 years? You were not paying a bit of attention.
Yeah, the only person that tried to suggest he was hit by a plow is Karen Read, guys.
That's what I
thought.
Was Karen Read.
Are you trying to say they're not perceptive, Jen?
Oh my gosh. A woman wrote something to the degree of I think Lucky isn't being truthful. And then like in a later part of her tweet said something about getting hit by a plow. And I think I put yes, meaning to that he's not being truthful. And then I later expanded on her other statements. And it was like, oh, see, Jen thinks he got hit by a plow. I'm like, this is so typical of the FKR because they take a nugget and, all of a sudden people are related. And anyway, I just love it.
Intellectually lazy. It's an understatement, man. Yeah, they don't pay attention. They read half a headline, and that's all the proof they need.
So, were there any motion discussions at the beginning of court today before they brought the jury in?
No, but I did see that some were filed. I haven't actually. Thank you for reminding me, Kevin, because I was going to check that.
Yeah, Andy sent me one. The motion to I got another motion here too. For that, what's the doctor's name that the defense wants to submit, the data guy that the feds originally hired to prevent him from testifying. Which,
Ellington, yeah, I don't even know if they're calling him now because
Yeah.
they've given a very, unless Karen was lying, they've given a very tight. They're saying they'll be done on Tuesday, so that leaves maybe, I mean, after they get done with Wolf, maybe one or two witnesses more realistically.
Hey guys, what did you think of the whole string?
Oh God, yeah.
With the
Right.
arm, and that somehow, I just think this is so
It's a
not
little dishonest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not attached to anything. It was pretty pathetic.
Well, I remember when Welcher specifically said the reason he didn't do testing like that or with dummies is they just can't equate to a fleshy 210-pound, 6'1" man and their movements and you know, and it would be completely speculative to say exactly what John O'Keefe was doing, what direction he was moving, even that elbow strike. And I still don't understand why they did the 10 mile an hour. At least they finally got to the 24 mile an hour. I mean, I thought it was interesting watching though that dummy be blown, you know, to that distance, which is pretty significant in what we've all been saying.
Right. So is Trooper Paul vindicated in any of this that we've heard in this trial so far? It seems like some of his theories have held up. The one part that wasn't was when his what he considered to be the telltale signs of a pedestrian strike. Dr. Welcher believed that was the tire spinning, but everything else he said seems to have kind of held up. And you know, for instance, the fact that John kind of spun a little bit before hitting his head, the position of John's arm. I think everything else he put out there seems to have largely held up.
I would agree. I just think it wasn't received well last time, and Trooper Paul he appeared very flustered. You know, I think it just didn't land, but most of what he said was all there.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, to a degree, I think he's been vindicated. I would hope most people see that.
You know, it's very rare that officers, other than like traffic court, you know, tickets and things like that, have to testify. Do any, you know, be on the stand like this and grilled by, you know, very experienced lawyers. It's very rare. And certainly with lights, camera, action, filled gallery. And for people who can't public speak, it's terrifying.
Right. Yeah. I don't think he anticipated becoming content, right? Like, I don't think he became or entered law enforcement thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to be the subject of content or be doing a whole lot of public speaking. Yeah, that's got.
Well, he because of his position, he has testified in a trial since that, and I guess they got the conviction. So, and I guess the state ended up being pretty happy with his performance. So he will have to testify again. And like anybody that does this, you get better at it. I mean, my tongue was all tied when I first started doing these shows, and you know, you get a little better as you go. You know, so I mean, it's
Trooper Paul.
Yeah, he because of his position, he has testified before, and he will testify again. You know.
Yeah, and I, you know, again, like what an unusual way to have to cut your teeth on this, right?
Exactly.
You know, with those those level of attorneys, with that level of contention, with that little preparation in front of a national audience, like that's nerve-wracking. I have been consistent from the beginning in saying I think Trooper Paul is a smart guy. I think he's qualified. I think he's good at his job and his work is sound, but I think he's got, at least in the context of that testimony, some anxiety, right? So I mean, that makes it very difficult. And unfortunately, you know, Jackson got him so tied up that he, at some points, I think Jackson could have proposed anything and Trooper Paul would have agreed, because I don't think at some point he was able to even follow what was going on that well, because it was just so much pressure, right?
And you're always at a disadvantage when you're going up against professional testifiers with PhDs. So whether it's Dr. Welcher or Dr. Wolf, you're going up against someone that is definitely very well educated, very intelligent, and someone that's testified in a lot of cases. So
Guys,
it's
paid $500-600 an hour. They should be good at what they do, and they are. They speak very well. They understand their content. But like I said, I would completely be all on board for him to help my child with his physics exam, but I'm just not buying into what he's selling on this.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Dr. Wolf. I didn't mind Dr. Renshaw, but there's just something about the arrogance that really, in that first testimony last year and in the voir dire sense, this is just a really unlikable, arrogant human being to me. Maybe I don't know if you guys feel the same way. I don't usually try to judge personalities, but you know,
I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. He comes across kind of smug, a little smarmy.
It's probably kind
I
of
get that.
bias on our end too, to a certain degree. But I will say he kind of dialed it back this time. They didn't have that moment where he was like, "The
Right.
science and physics say it's impossible." He hasn't done
Right.
that yet. We'll
Right.
see how he is with Hank,
Mhm.
because I think Hank
Right.
probably goes up his A sideways, right?
yeah,
Probably.
he wasn't intimidated in the voir dire. He was not intimidated by Hank at all in that.
No, that's why I said go up his A sideways. Like he grinds. They grind each other's gears. You can kind of
Yeah.
tell, right?
Yeah. Well, it should be interesting. I think
It's going to be a contentious. I don't think it'll be as bad as voir dire, but I think it will be a contentious.
right because it's in front of a jury now, so Hank's going to dial that back a little bit. And
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He can't come off as, he can't come off like we've seen others come off. I was just so happy Alessi did not do this direct
Oh
exam.
my God.
I was
Don't speak him into existence, Jen. Please, no.
I was like, oh no.
Like Beetlejuice. Don't say his name again. Uh-oh.
It's gonna be
Show
Alessi,
up.
but then it wasn't. I was so happy. Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
I would rather hear Alan Jackson.
I know. I agree with you. Yeah, I sure do.
Is the jury going to remember that the promises that Alan Jackson made to them in the opening statements? Are they going to remember that he said we're going to have a witness that shows John going inside the house?
I'm sure
And they're
Hank
gonna-
will remind them.
Hopefully,
I'm sure he will remind them, right? That just opens the door to let me remind you of all the broken promises here, all the things you were told you would hear, you would see that never came to fruition. Like that would, I mean, I don't know. I have full faith in Hank Brennan's closing abilities. His opening, it was strong. His cross-examination is great. But I would assume that, just like anybody else, if in closing, that's going to be one of the things you highlight is like these people lied to you,
Mm-hmm. I would think so.
I don't know. I think Hank will stick just with the facts. He's got such a great case. And if she limits them, did they get 90 minutes or an hour last time? 90 minutes, I think.
I can't recall.
I remember Lally got cut off. And
Larry wasn't sure.
But yeah. But to be fair, Jen, those are facts though. You know what I mean? Like he could point out all those lies in Jackson's opening because the fact is he wasn't telling the truth. I think he might. I think he might not do it. I think he might.
Hard maybe, huh?
Oh, what is this? I have ATS. I have Alessi traumatic symptoms. Yeah, I do. I do.
You should sue. You should sue.
Yeah. I totally will. I'm gonna sue you, dude. Yeah. We could probably do like a mass lawsuit here, couldn't we? All right.
Class action lawsuit.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who are you if I'm me and you're you? Who am I?
It's like talking to myself.
Right?
Dan, and I tell you, I have to look at my screen to see which one of you are talking half the time. But Dan, were you the one that said, well, those are facts? If you were, I was just going to ask your opinion, but I guess you've given your opinion. What I mean is honing in on the facts that show Karen Reed did this, as opposed to honing in on the facts that show the defense hasn't been honest.
That was actually the other Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. It was then it was me being cheeky. That was me.
Boomer being cheeky?
Yeah, no, right? Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So Dan, what are your thoughts then? Because if not, I was going to ask Boomer his thoughts.
You know, I have little experience when it comes to like the court and stuff like that and what they're going to allow. You know, fortunately for me, I batted 100 when it came to arrest to conviction, and I never had to step foot in a courthouse. A lot of that had to do with my report writing. That's what the DA and the county attorney's office told me. Anyways, anyways, when it comes to this, yeah, I think that the defense or the Commonwealth should have the opportunity to point out what the defense said that they were going to do and failed at. I think that would be a huge reminder of like, hey, they said they were going to do all these things and none of them came to fruition. You know, especially if you're hitting them with that before the opportunity, before the defense has the opportunity to go up there and do their closing. You know, it's kind of like Eminem in that movie 8 Mile, hitting the other guy with everything that they were going to say, so to speak, and disproving it beforehand. So, that's kind of just my thoughts, but my experience in courtrooms is very limited.
I wish I could say the same, Dan.
Yeah, no, I mean, I never, investigated crimes that were too serious. I guess perhaps that's probably one part of it. A lot of it was just state, local stuff. And, I assisted in a couple of murder investigations, but those were obvious. One of them was actually a hit. A guy got taken out by the cartels. And so we investigated that. But not too many. The one that I was going to go and testify at was a weird situation. It was a couple of kids who decided to go light the bonfire at the high school before the bonfire went out, or before they could light it. And it was like, I guess, like a prank, but a very expensive one. And while they were out there, it was a weird situation. I guess the guy dropped gasoline or whatever on himself. And when we caught one of them, he was without pants. And there was 2 guys there. When we caught the second guy, we're like, hey, why is your buddy here pantsless? And he's like, I have no idea. He had pants on when we started this venture. And, he had no pants, but he had like a kitten with him, which was also weird. It was a strange situation. And what ended up happening was the guy ended up being the son of a federal agent. And they were fighting it for the longest time. And I think I actually went to court, got called into court about 5 to 6 years after we had made the arrest and everything. I had completely forgotten about it. It was so insignificant. And we get there, and when we arrived, the guy pled out. And so that was the closest I ever got to actually taking a stand outside of traffic citations and things like that.
I have just a funny story to tell. This was after I retired, and I was late for a tennis practice, and I was driving too fast, probably 10 miles over. I don't know. Anyway, I get pulled over for the first time in 28 years, something like that. Not as a law enforcement officer. Pulls me over, nice enough guy. I don't badge him or anything. I have my retired credentials, but I don't do anything like that. And I get my ticket. It's literally like $286, you guys. And I'm like, wow, $286. I think I was like 50 and a 35. I said, I think I'm going to take this to court. So I go to court. There's like 200 people sitting in there. And the judge comes out and he says, I highly recommend that all of you sitting in here wanting to contest your tickets, plead, whatever, get rid of it. I won't give you points or something like that. Just take it and run. So about 2/3 of everybody just did what the judge said, but there were still 1/3 of us that were stubborn. And I had put together this gigantic case, Dan and Boomer, like you would have thought I was fighting a major cartel member. Stacks of paper. I even got the radar information and determined that according to their own company, that radar had caught a building going 200 miles an hour before, right? It had fallacy. So anyway, I go up to testify, I present the whole presentation. I asked the guy when's the last time he had calibrated his gun. blah, blah, blah. And the judge says to me, he says, I don't know where you came from. You just spent a half an hour, up here trying to get out of this speeding ticket. He said, the bottom line is I'm not going to rule right now before this court, but you'll get something in writing later. So they find me not guilty. And guess what he did, though? He charged me $285 in a court cost.
Wow.
Oh, that's gnarly.
Which I pretty much deserved the lesson. But I just couldn't believe how much traffic tickets are. I had no idea they were that much.
See, Jen, this is what you have to do. This is what I do. I got pulled over just the other day, not too long ago. But this was because I didn't have a front license plate on my car. Here in Texas, you need to have one. And what I do is when I pull over like I'm pulling over the patrol car. I pull to the right, and then I take a hard left to swing my car out to the left. That way, if somebody were to impact me, my car goes into traffic, not directly forward. And when the officer comes up and walks up and asks me, why did you pull over that way? And it's just habit. I used to be a cop. And I have gotten out of every time that I've been pulled over, every time I do that. And so just food for thought there.
There you go. I like it. Well, usually I'm armed. So I just say I'm armed. And it's a nice segue into everything. But I wasn't armed because I was going through tennis. But nevertheless, I don't know why I showed that story. I guess just to talk about my last trial experience, other than my expert witness stuff, of course.
Yeah, for sure. But like for instance, when I got pulled over this last time, it was no front license plate, but the guy was more interested in my car. I just purchased a 1994 3000 GT VR4 twin turbo all-wheel drive car from my childhood, one of my dream cars when I was a kid. And apparently the officer was interested in my car as well, and just found a reason to pull me over to talk to me. It was all, but it was interesting every time I do that. But I also do it because of a habit. I pulled over. I don't know how many people have made so many stops. So every time I do pull over on the side of the road, it just happens to be that way.
Oh, by the way, web user on here, I'm just looking at some of the comments now, asks about Kate's X account. I don't have the link, but I can tell you she's Mafia Masshole. Mafia Masshole. She's the only Mafia Masshole, but there are a lot of parody accounts for her. They come on and pretend to be her and say all sorts of things, but she's Mafia Masshole, and she has a lot of amazing videos that she's put together. She truly is an expert at putting together these Cecil B. DeMille video presentations, most pointedly, obviously, about the Karen Reed case, but she also does a lot on Aidan Carney that are really good. For those of you who don't know, I mean, she used to work side by side with Aidan Carney. So they were partners, and she worked for him, and they, were on YouTube together. And so that's in large part how she comments and knows about his, who this man really is, more than most, because she knows more than most. So
yeah, they worked together. That was a few years, I think, prior to me showing up. She had worked with him, and I had heard all about him from other people, mainly saying like, oh, if you're anywhere near hanging out with Kate, there's a whole, group of people that are lurking out there. They're going to hate your guts. I was like, oh, okay. It's interesting. No.
Yeah, it is. I keep reading on here again. I'm just kind of shooting through some of these comments just about, I guess, Vinnie Politan is live now praising the work of ARCA, Dr. Wolf, and of course saying that there's going to be an acquittal. I mean, my polls used to be so spot on with other cases. They are not spot on with this because I stopped blocking trolls. And because of that, I'm so full of trolls right now. Even if they don't follow me, they follow me. You know what I mean? They're there. They're watching every single word I write and jumping in. So my polls are all kind of lopsided now. Let's see. Alpha Fox Adam, what does he say?
You know, I put on a poll on mine not too long ago, and it was, do you think she hit him or not? And it was like 80% she hit him. And then like all of a sudden I saw like an influx of like 40 to 60 people pop in, and it went 80% she hit him to 40% believe she hit him. And then like that 40, 60 people popped out. So I think it's just a group of folks that are going one spot to another, just trying to make people think that more people believe like them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely true. By the way, there was a really good question in chat about how he might have, and I hope Hank picks up on this, that his tests were with dry ice, right? Making things cold, totally forgetting about what moisture would have. You know, there was snow on there, snow blowing, wind conditions, just totally forgetting about the moisture element. And I haven't heard mention of that. Did I miss that? I heard him only address cold. If I missed that, you know, I'm listening full time, but you know, sometimes I get distracted with my dog.
I don't think I caught any mention of anything other than the temperature. I don't think I caught anything about moisture.
I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Wet things react different than just cold things. Cold, wet things are going to react different.
But it did break, and we saw that happen.
We saw it happen, and that huge dent. I mean, it depends on how he moved, how the body would hit. I just hope that the jury sees how completely speculative this is with a mannequin and an arm on strings.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Disembodied, right? Floating in the air, just as though we're in real life. Like, what is this? It's completely a waste of time.
You are killing me now because your tag team is good here. Like one and the other.
Yeah, we can take this on the road, Dan. Let's mess with people.
Right. I'm gonna put a different photo up so that way it looks similar to you.
Yeah. Don't say boomer. You know, change your thing to boomers.
Yeah.
I gotta work on that noise you make. How do you say it? Gnar? How does it go?
What's that? Gnarly?
No. You make this like when you're trying to you're mocking the other guys.
Oh man, I don't know. I just make noises and say stupid things. Like I can't help it. It's random. I don't know. Sorry.
No, it's all good, man. Yeah, for real. I even put a poll up asking, do we sound alike? Are we the same person?
Dude. Well, I think the verdict's in. We sound alike. We're the same dude.
Pretty much. This is all AI. If I could AI an interview with some other folks, I can AI an interview with myself, apparently.
Well, and I've talked to you so much, done shows with you, talked to you privately. When I first jumped on a Boomer, when you first got on and started doing mornings, and I wasn't looking at the screen, I was like, Dan's on here.
Yeah. I recall seeing comments in the chat like, is that Dan? Like,
people are still saying it. It's so funny.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy, you know. But
You know,
I like your voice.
Yeah, right. Isn't it awesome?
My whole thing with this expert is I just don't know how you can ignore the debris field, the pieces in his shirt, the DNA on the pieces, which I was haggling about that earlier, and I had to cite the two different scientists that showed that. The hair, I know it's a body hair from the O'Keefe family. Could it have been,
right.
you know, the son? Come on, people. That's
a stretch.
You put all the pieces together, and to just ignore them, even to ignore the facts he knows about Karen's assertions. It just puts to shame, I think, this sort of expert testimony, because you have to keep in account everything.
Agreed. Yeah, the totality of everything, right? Oh, we got Dr. Russell's limos back with meow.
There we go. That's the noise.
That's the blogger thing. He does that like deal. Yeah.
I can't do that
Oh,
noise.
Dr. Nagel. Oh yeah. Oh, it's like meow. See, is that yeah? That one.
Yeah.
That's it.
There you go.
Dr. Nagel, how dare you? No offense, Boomer, but if we could clone someone, it would not be. You know what? I agree with you. Please don't clone me. It's probably not a good idea. It's not a good idea.
You know,
That's why
in
you
the
go
end,
to
I just think that the taillight there with what Arca did, I don't know, man. I don't. Maybe last trial, whatever it is that they said, seemed more shocking or whatever the case may be. But I feel like they missed the point on this one, and I think they landed straight where the Commonwealth wanted. And it'll be interesting to see what Hank is going to do. You know, I know that they're going to bring up the other doctor that works with Arca, the medical doctor that's going to talk about the injuries, and I'm sure they're going to talk about how certain injuries were there or weren't there during some of these collisions. But you know, outside of him, they're resting on Tuesday. I don't know. I expect a healthy cross here, and then a redirect after that, and we'll see how many times. I wouldn't be surprised if this witness here goes into Monday.
Oh, he's going to go into Monday. I agree with you.
I
really
agree there too. Yeah.
Hank has a lot to work on. I don't know if Hank will get his cross done, which kind of helps him, in my opinion, because he can really think and digest and get with his, folks and get with his expert, Wechsler, and talk about Welcher, sorry, and talk about different questions that should be asked. I mean, a lot of people don't know what experts do behind the scenes. It's really not all about the testifying and the report writing. They typically come on as consults, things to ask, things to look for, things that could be withheld that should have been put forward. Like, I bet you he would mention, I hope he does, about this moisture issue. I think that's really critical. Why didn't you keep into account moisture? It might prove to just discredit him on just that notion.
Yeah.
It might.
Yeah. And, I think that they opened themselves up for a lot of rehammering in or reinforcing some of the other evidence that Dr. Welcher had provided, and the reasoning why they didn't do certain tests because of the unknown variables, those things like that. And I just have a strong feeling that Hank is just going to destroy this witness, and it's going to be to me, unless they have somebody on the jury, I find it hard that anybody's really buying these conspiracies. I understand it, and I've talked to the folks in my Discord and in my chat that I know are real. For those that have not watched the first trial, find it very easy to see that she's guilty of this crime. Those that have seen the first trial still struggle with a lot of things that I guess were in the first trial. In fact, I think I saw a tweet somewhere where somebody was arguing that they're not bringing in Higgins, they're not bringing in Proctor, they're not bringing in anybody that was at that house that night so that they couldn't testify to things like nobody seeing a body outside or the phones or the butt dials and a bunch of other things that I guess were part of part one or the first trial.
Yeah, they were really tied into the conspiracy, right? Like, it was all, it was absolutely all revolving around the conspiracy, and because that got hammered apart, there wasn't really much use for them to try to rope that back in. They were just reduced to what they got, right, which is paid testimony from Arca.
I totally agree that, first of all, Green was up there saying the 227 search was legitimate.
Yep.
And now he's not going to be here, even though it's been debunked. We all know it. But if he were on the stand, it would still, some people could still say, see, maybe these two experts just disagree. And then not putting Proctor up there, I'm telling you, Proctor was the Mark Furman of the first trial.
Agreed. Totally agreed. Yeah.
Totally distract.
Bad optics, man. Like it was rough optics.
it was rough. And the fact they're not calling him, I will always say, if Karen Reed is convicted, I think they will regret that decision. Again, I've always said there's something in the trick bag beyond just, well, he's going to come off good, because there's no way he's going to come off good. There's something he knows that they don't want in about the defense or defense team. That's what I think. And then what was the other one? Yeah, Higgins isn't up there. I mean, Brian Albert isn't up there. Their whole Colin isn't up there. And remember, last year, this was probably the biggest thing I disagreed with with Judge Canoni, was when she allowed photographs and like a video about him calling out other hockey players. You know how
Oh, the Advantage Boys clip. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the ugliness of all of that. And obviously, thank goodness she corrected herself from all of that and realized he's a kid that never should have been caught up in this, since he wasn't even there. But it called into question. So Boomer, Dan, I totally see why your viewers are saying this. It's so true.
You know, and then Welcher's going to get to come back. Artworks makes a great point on my channel, says that Welcher's going to come back and tie a bow on this. You know, I think that some people were pointing out that Vinny Paulo, whatever his name is, was saying something to the effect that, you know, Hank didn't want Arca in. Well, I think it's because he didn't know what Arca was going to say. If he knew this was what was going to be said, I think he would have definitely loved it to have been in. And secondly, because of it being allowed in, it now gives the opportunity for Welcher to come back. Because I think if they were just going to testify to what they were going to say last time, you know, if it was solely going to be based on what the last trial was and not this new stuff, then I don't know if the prosecution gets Welcher back in as a rebuttal to tie it in at the end. What do you guys think?
Sorry, I was just spinning a different plate there. I missed some of that. Sorry, other me.
That's all right.
I totally failed us. Oh my God.
Dan, are you asking whether you think Welcher's going to be able to come in? I think he'll be able to come in full force.
No, I definitely think he'll be able to come in. What I was saying is, I'm not sure he would have been able to come back in had there not been new testing.
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
You know, the fact that there was new testing, I think allows him to come back in, which is going to be devastating in my opinion.
Today at 3:45.
I think he would have been able to come back.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Only because they had information they brought late last time, which, Dan, you wouldn't have known about.
Yeah.
You would have had to see.
All right. So, okay, great. Thank you. All right. Do we have the actual? Okay, great. Yep. So.
Exhibit 216.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct, yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment, yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing to do with you. That was ARCA before you began working there.
ARCA as a whole, yes, the work that we do, yes.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project, no.
And you mentioned that you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL?
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCA does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Yes, we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do, and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the Director of Accident Reconstruction at this company, ARCA, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCA in 2017.
Correct, yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024, so about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACDAR?
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think, the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well, not so elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident, where you have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part that's the easier part, correct?
I don't know if it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you didn't pass?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say, you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately, you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian-type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer-reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
You write or you note areas of specialty, and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HVEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in and testified, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question, more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, ARCA actually billed the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolk, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
After you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records. You know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date. There's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, you were asked to search your records of the text messages. Did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
Okay. And so, at some point, you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
Tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
Mr. Jackson had indicated that he and his defense team utilized an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal as an encrypted app leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Before you testified last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustain in that.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my question. So I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, because you listed out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared.
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
And you put a footnote, a comment. And you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. Did you write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases By the time I get involved, the evidence is gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct, yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night, yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
And in fact, when you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point to the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it's important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important that helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
Yes.
Before you testified in a proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
When you were sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You'd only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record, under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question. No.
It wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made?
Objection. I'm going to allow it. Move your approach. Sure.
You signal, hit note, needed failed.
After your first testimony, you appreciated that you made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note, I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times, when you asked me how many times I'd been qualified, I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total. Not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it. Was it
Correct.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Did you just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
Do you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
May I approach?
Yes.
Have you looked at that document? Have you seen that before?
No, I have not.
Never seen that.
No.
Take it back. You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Renshaw have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, he's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did, were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Rentschler cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
So Dan, what we're looking at here, what presumably Brennan showed Dr. Wolf, is that his wife has participated in Free Karen Read Facebook groups.
I had no idea.
So I'm not sure if that was, I don't know, it's weird how that went there. He just showed it to him and then questioning ended there on that particular topic. So does that get entered into evidence? I don't really know. Kate, do you know?
It can't get entered because
Jen's here. Okay, good.
because he didn't say he knew about it. So see how savvy he is? He knows that if he says he recognizes it or knew anything about his wife, that comes in. I've posted that post on my Twitter.
Not for nothing, psychologically, how could that impact Wolf, right? Hank comes up to you and after you just said, oh, I don't know about any, family leaning Free Karen Read, and Hank shows you he's got your wife there in text, right? This guy's got to be thinking, what else do you have I want out of your bad?
Right.
I mean,
and it's just, it's so clear that Dr. Wolf is willing to get up the stand and just outright lie. That's got to be clear to anybody at this point,
Yeah.
I
he
think
doesn't
this
mind lying under oath,
Yeah, I think this is going way better than I could have ever imagined. I had no idea about any of this stuff. And, bringing out the fact that he failed some tests and lying about his CV and things of that nature as well. It was eye-opening. I was like, damn, like, this is bad.
Yeah, he came in off the rip with that, you didn't work on MRAPs. You didn't design nothing. That was before you. Just right out of the gate.
He failed the practical application part and said it was elementary. I mean,
I know. It's elementary, but you couldn't pass it.
Yeah, it's no big deal, but I failed it. Yeah, good job.
It was based on him not having the right angles and things, he said. Exactly what he's supposed to be doing here. So we said it made his math off. Yeah, because you failed the entirety of understanding the angles of the accident.
Is it weird that he was promoted to head of accident reconstruction in 2024, right while he was communicating with the feds? What kind of quid pro quo was possibly going on here?
Failing yourself upward? Yeah, it's a little weird.
Let me again ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, Wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes,
And
yes.
as part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education?
Yes.
Don't you think, and they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question. Strike that, Juris.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it?
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rentzler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstration or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis for those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentzler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review? Did you review that?
No, sir.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentzler is going to be addressing the... You're shaking your head.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentzler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge, not Dr. Rentzler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentzler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentzler, name the papers, the studies, the learned treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions, that a hybrid 3 arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
I certainly, ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. You're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin. And I'm asking for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on as the basis for your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Yeah, pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into and you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Judge, ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
And knowing that it was found near his body, or you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how the bottom of the glass bounced with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how its speaker would be left at the curb?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the lawn?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night, so I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yards or were just down the middle? Look into that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how there would be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the tail light to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Objection. Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently?
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm
7th.
not mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last night.
Sorry, maybe Wednesday. Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit, after they're hit. Yeah?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards a vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is, isn't it?
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position.
Objection. Can you answer that?
I don't understand his question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Objection. Can you answer that, Dr. Wolf?
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
I'm
this.
talking about studies, as far as data, information. You, as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
Objection. This is 5 times. And this time we'll get an answer, and that'll be it. You've got an answer every single time. Can you answer that, Dr. Wolf?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Objection. Sustained. Strike. Jurors disregard.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
That's a tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last 2 letters, MA, signifies mass, yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can't it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let me make it more simple. When you did these tests, you chose an arm from a hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, when you made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
When you decided to choose an arm in this case, you didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough, yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough, yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference, you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds, yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds, wasn't it?
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit. 9.38 pounds.
Sustained in that form.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Is that a photograph of your materials in this case?
Yes.
And in that photograph, it shows the arm that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows that that arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct, yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
No, I didn't put that photograph.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Court's permission, I'd like to show this superior.
Just give us a minute, let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
217.
Yes, now you can play it.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct, yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
Yes.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct, yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this? When you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force?
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to trust you. Yeah,
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy that, what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD, I believe, is 5'7". The Rescue Randy, I think, is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy. But let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9", yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds?
171, I believe.
Mr. O'Keefe's not 170 pounds.
No, not his whole body.
He wasn't 5'9".
Correct.
Okay. So when you do the math and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171 pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
Okay. And so the difference, when you look at it, it's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this, but isn't it very basic that the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage? And if something weighs less, the other part that collides and the force has to go faster?
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
So you agree that based on the 26% difference, in order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, you then have to adjust the speeds that you presented on the demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm will cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, the 29-mile-an-hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objection. Sustained. Ask a question, Mr. Brennan. Just ask a question, no more.
My
comments.
question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field test, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms, do you disagree there's a 26.3% difference?
Yes.
You disagree?
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe?
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass, MA, is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to
on.
talk to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that was 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance, if you're looking at the 95th percentile hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
But that's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why not just have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000 pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter? 2 pounds and what? How many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it, the arm that you used?
Wait, in terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight. The weight. 9.38.
Right.
And Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference? None.
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm, sir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's take a look at some of your testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes.
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree, using the wrong arm, you make the deductions in the calculations, that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour? Would you agree with that?
I would allow that.
No, because again, the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed. So that the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour. Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
It may, yes.
And the arm can push into the light before the body turns, yes?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on a Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm, it's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could, in some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic, yes.
You could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time?
If you had the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided
This
in
isn't
his
on
report.
Dr. Welcher. I'm asking you.
Objection. It is on Dr.
No, it's not.
Okay, so jurors disregard that exchange between counsel. Next question.
If the body position change, you may get a different result. Isn't that fair to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Objection. Sustained.
If the body position changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position. Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm. If the arm position changes, it could change the result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
If the arm position changed, could it change the result?
Yes, I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
You're a scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question. Over here. If you bend the arm, could it change the result?
It could.
Thank you. Okay. When a pedestrian is struck, they are not held stationary on a harness, are they?
No.
In this case, the crash test dummy is on a harness?
Yes, he's supported.
Strapped
Yes.
by its hips or pelvis?
Yes.
That's not real life. That's not how a pedestrian is usually when they're hit, right? They're not strapped to a harness, are they?
No, and again, the purpose of this test was to evaluate the arm. We're not looking at the whole body here with this test.
And when we talk about injuries, part of injuries is not just the impact, it's the drag, in this case, from the car, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
But when you put the dummy on a harness, restricting or restraining its movement, it is not going to replicate hitting somebody and their movement, including the drag, is it?
I don't know that I agree with that, because it will replicate, again, when we're talking about that impact pulse of 10 milliseconds, it will replicate that. And that's ultimately what we're after, is what's happening in that 10 millisecond window in terms of the contact and the damage and the acceleration.
I know that's what you're after, but what I'm asking you is when you end it, when the light stops, unlike a Lexus, and the dummy is stationary, unlike a person, it after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely, if it's not restrained like that.
In real life, a pedestrian usually is not restrained, are they?
Correct.
In real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Could I have the photo from test A, please? And so there is no break, but there is a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Stand just to that point.
If we can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have at 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
Not the way it's phrased, no.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds?
Yes.
Probably would be less damage.
It'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5 pound arm. There would be less damage with a 5 pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
Okay. So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow-through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary.
Yeah, I mean they're moving from the taillight as they break.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct, they're
And
broken.
that could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so, even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewed into the air, yes?
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left. And from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight, from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolf can see it again, to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
Yes, there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
you don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm, it's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body is not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there was significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. Okay. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct, it
Their
would
arm
not.
wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight, yes?
I'm sorry, what was your
There'd
question?
be the pull of their body weight.
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
Gravity, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour the damage is much different than the other tests at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. And when it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
Mm-hmm. And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage?
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact. Like the rest of the body, it's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you test and you put it more behind the vehicle, this is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
And when you put this dummy behind the car, this was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When you did the Rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy. And
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
It was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the Rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Objection. Sustained enough.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact?
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct, we had the false start, yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard. Right?
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Is that what you'd expect? All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Wow, guys, it's almost stunning, isn't it?
Not a lot of
How
wiggle
mu-
room there, is there, Kevin? That this witness is either a moron or he's corrupt or he's both. He is looking horrible. Horrible.
Jeez. And the way Hank is able to use his own video to demonstrate John's injuries, the holes in the clothing, the debris field, where how the debris field would not be near the body. And the look on Will's face is like, damn it, why didn't we notice this while we did it? We got paid to destroy our own client with this stuff.
Right. You totaled Rescue Randy for nothing.
This has been amazing. That's all I want to say is it's been amazing.
So holes in the clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
And if you could go back one slide. You see the debris field is near but not on, Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolf?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your
Okay,
Honor.
next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay. On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see the study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. If you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Right. So gravity really is, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No, because ultimately what would happen is, because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation, just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact.
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no. It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did.
No, because you risk these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F.
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests what pieces you're using, aren't you?
I would say adding, but...
Well, adding and subtracting doesn't have 2 arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
Yes.
Different result.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct, and that wasn't the purpose of this test, sir.
When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCA specializes in text stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down, in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct, we don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Okay, now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when they break and scatter, some of them go up, some go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm. Yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please? When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? And the turn of the sneaker?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm, so it's not a clip. Again, you saw at the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car? Hips, ribs?
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle-pedestrian collisions that there is some type of bumper displacement. Have you
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus. You said, I would expect to see panel deformation, and in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation, stop, in this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination, relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation.
I'm going to allow it.
Right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear taillight, there's no panel deformation here, is there?
Correct, there is not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman? Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this Exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see
Yes.
if there was a?
Sorry.
It's okay. To see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not a claim that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Is that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatchback up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered and it spreads through the air, does it have the potential to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Yes.
Can we, Dr. Wolf, go back to your power? Do you have your PowerPoint
Yes.
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You have that ready?
Yes.
Can you go forward, and I don't have them memorized, so bear with me. Can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going, if you'd please, to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolf, that's awfully fast. Can you get to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
Am I able to display my screen without doing the... I'm trying to see how I can get this to work.
If you could just move forward frame by frame rather than...
I don't know that I can in the... Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It may be more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of questions based on that. Did you review that video in slow motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a frame-by-frame perspective.
And in terms of a couple of different questions about that particular test, when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E?
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
So the hand got up to a little over 24. The arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
At the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
I also want to ask you about do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the what you call the full-on impact, test F, as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you were shown, if I could ask Ms. Goldman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier of the subsequent to test F, as in Foxtrot, with the holes in the sleeve.
If she can.
If she can.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolf, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Taking just the sweatshirt, separating that out, what about the bodice of the sweatshirt, the front of the sweatshirt? Were there holes and frays and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? Did that also have damage?
I don't believe the back, because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Were the holes and frays larger than the holes, the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
They were certainly larger and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Showing, looking at this particular set of defects in the arm, is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yeah. Sustain.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach very briefly on an issue we discussed earlier.
Jen, have you ever seen anything like this?
Oh my gosh. This is really something. I was joking around in chat. If I were Rentschler, I would call in sick. Pretty bad.
I saw a comment in chat. Somebody said they should put Randy up on the stand, and I'm not so sure we're not seeing that right now.
I know. Wow, what a difference in Wolf. I mean, he's been so smug and arrogant. That all that arrogance and smugness has been wiped away. He's no longer the smartest guy in the room.
Big time.
Well, and it really hurt Kevin that even when Hank brought up such great points about mass and the arm weight and all of that, that he just kept fighting and couldn't agree. And I think no matter the education level of those jurors, they're going to recognize that.
Not to mention that was part of the reason why he failed that first test, was he was getting some of the components wrong.
Yeah, he didn't seem able to do the math.
Exactly.
How about Jackson kicking it off with, can we go back? And then there's that pause. My head filled it in. It's like, can we go back in time? You're a scientist, right? I don't want to be here. Like, oh my God, Jackson just can't be having a good time up there.
Such a difference from the first trial. For those of you who didn't watch the first trial, I can't express.
Jack,
really
I don't know why we can't hear.
Night and day. Absolutely night and day.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about some of the work that ARCA does on behalf of private lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of Ms. Reed or anything like that in the initial hiring, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you. A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the court, Your Honor, before we break.
Okay.
Thank you. You were asked several questions about the glass and whether or not the glass weighed in on your analysis of the damage to the rear tail light, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, and I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic. Based on the statistics, his arm would weigh that much. height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does a statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusive of what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed. No.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, if weighed by itself accurately, because pounds and apparently half pounds matter, if it weighed 11.8 pounds or if it weighed 9.4 pounds? Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the hybrid 3, or at least the arm of hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds? Objection.
Sustained.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increase the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
You were also asked a series of questions about reducing the speed of the testing by a certain percentage. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you mathematically? Okay.
Sustained in that form.
What effect, if you could tell us, well, let me ask it this way. Is the speed of the testing vehicle tethered in some way to the difference of that 2.5 pounds that Mr. Brennan was asking you about?
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vehicle.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I would be going through a couple of photographs and videos that might be a good place to do.
Okay, yeah, I understand this at any time. So we'll start today. Dr. Wolf, you have to come on today. All right, jurors, one question I have for you. So I know a long time ago we told you that Thursday would be a half a day. I'm told that we're nearing the end of this case, so I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. Think about it over the weekend if you've made appointments or anything like that. I'm not asking you, but think about it. And on Monday, if you let, I think it'll be Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue with it, just let us know, and we'll do that. All right. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, be very careful with your social media use. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Follow me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
So once again, well played by Hank to stop the questioning where he did, knowing that Jackson would not have enough time, which would continue it to Monday, which gives Hank the chance to go over some stuff that we're all kind of thinking, why didn't he go over it into more detail, such as the tech stream data? But now he's going to make Wolf stay over the weekend, and he's going to get to have that last word on Monday. So really well played again.
Cha-ching.
I think that his testimony, right? So Wolf's testimony is like a great illustration of like the pervasiveness of the truth. Oh, it looks like they have maybe some motions to go over. Another,
yeah, there's a few motions, right? So
yeah, but I mean, even in their own testing, there are things that they just could not get rid of that support the Commonwealth's case. Rescue Randy. Randy lost a shoe.
Yeah.
Did you catch that?
I don't think it quite came off, but it was easy to imagine how it would, because it
Right.
ran over his foot.
Well, no, I mean, you could see the exposed foot of the dummy. It came off.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he lost a shoe. And the holes on the sweatshirt, and I noticed that he asked about the microscopic pieces if they tested. I bet Welcher did. Welcher did.
Yeah.
No matter how hard you try to cover something up or try to, point, when it comes to stuff like this, there's just too many inconvenient truths here.
I don't think he studied this enough, Wolf. I mean, to not look at Rentschler's what he found, that is unheard of. And he seems like he really doesn't know the information. Do you know
so
what
funny? It's so funny, Jen, that like all the stuff that we were probably missing, we wondered why Aperture and the prosecution didn't do. They did it with their video. A video is worth a million words. And they gave the video that the jury can now imagine that taillight breaking, can now imagine how the accident happened, how the force would have pushed the dummy if it wasn't tethered there, and how it might get the holes. And it's just amazing. It's just amazing. They just filled in the gaps, everything that we wished Aperture did, Arca did. And so what? She's not going to pay their bill. She's not going to pay their bill, and I wouldn't either if I was her.
I think that. Sorry about that. I think that.
No worries.
Especially with like his wife being FKR and stuff like that, I think there's something to him probably being, I think Karen used the term ego bath, those type of things with these free Karen Reed supporters. And I think that, he probably went into this super cocky and arrogant because of all the flowers that's been thrown at him and didn't realize all the mistakes that he had made and how bad this was going to come out. I put that out there because there was a moment where he's just kind of sitting there and you can see him reflecting. And I put that in my Discord. I was like, I think this is the moment where he realizes that, this shower ego bath that he's been taking has perhaps covered his eyes of this confirmation bias that he had. And it's coming to fruition as far as the truth is. And man, I loved every bit of this. This was amazing. I've been hearing so much in my Discord by the FKR supporters that, when the Crash Daddies come on, it's going to be amazing. There's going to be fireworks. I agree.
Yeah, right.
It was amazing. There was fireworks. I just don't think you saw it in the same context as me.
That moment where sorry, Jen, that moment where Hank had Wolf agree in his own video that the clipping event could have no panel damage. Right. And then there did appear to be a scuffing or a transfer from the gene material. It's like you're proving so much for the Commonwealth's case right there. But that moment, he's like, you expected quarter panel damage. And is there? No, there isn't in your own testing. Womp, womp.
The other thing that they're arguing that I think he's missing the point is when it comes to the weight of the arm, it's not necessarily is the arm going to travel faster after impact. It's the damage that arm is going to create on impact to that tail light. And it seems like the witness just wants to answer no, because the arm would be going 21 miles an hour too. And that's not what Hank is saying. And to me, it's almost frustrating. Like, come on, dude. But then again, this is the part that he failed.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Jen, did you want to? I know you want to finish the thought, Jen. Jen, you still there?
She may be out on the road or something. I have bad service.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, anybody else have any more thoughts? I mean, that was powerful today. What just happened there? It's just stunning. I'm sure FKI is going to misinterpret every bit of that as is their habit. But
you better believe it.
The most important thing is, what is the jury going to think? And now they're visualizing what happened, and you can't replace that.
That's true. And one of the best parts about this, and I was talking to one of my mods who's well versed in the legal system, lawyer and stuff like that. And I asked, I was like, hey, because of this new information that ARCA presented, is that the only reason that they're allowing Dr. Welcher to come back? Like, for instance, if they would have stuck to their old stuff, they wouldn't be able to come back.
Yeah. I heard your point. I heard your point earlier, and that was a very good point. Daniel.
I love that about this. The fact that now they get to bring it home with Dr. Welcher after all this. Man, this is amazing. Can't get any better.
Yeah.
Really quick comment, and sorry, my husband had called in right in the middle of that, but really quick comment. Isn't it just, this has to make you so angry that the DOJ got involved in this. This just highlights all of that so significantly. But I'm glad ARCA has been put in their place, at least for now. And I wanted to comment that I'm going to do a live at 5:00 just on ARCA and my 2 pages of notes.
Nice.
And it became so clear too that Dr. Wolf was willing. You can't prove it, but to anybody common sense watching this, was willing to lie under oath on the stand, like to pretend that he doesn't talk to his wife about this. Give me a break. And there was just other areas I didn't take notes on, or maybe Jen did, but there were other areas where it's clear that he's just lying. He's just willing to. I mean, it takes a, being in court's a powerful thing, to take that oath and to feel the gravity of that. And this guy is willing to just sit there next to a judge and lie. I just tells you everything you need to know about this character, the character of this man.
I will say, as an expert witness, sometimes you're on the stand and, it actually gives you more credibility when you're asked a tough question and it's not necessarily in favor, but you're just honest. That's all you're asked to do. It's sort of like being, in a sense, a referee. You're really not supposed to be for the only side, for one side or the other. You're supposed to be for the side of facts.
Right.
Right. So you're kind of a third wheel in there. And you could see that didn't happen here.
I mean, Jen testifies several times a year as an expert witness on the stand. So she understands, just the magnitude of being able to just sit up there and casually lie. I'm sure Jen was like, wow, I can't even imagine doing something like that,
The other thing too that I didn't like about his testimony is when he said that it would have been impossible for the shards to have to have cut him because the arm and the shards were going at the same speed. I mean, if anybody were to punch a window, the shards are going the same speed as your arm, but you're going to get cuts because you're going into it and the glass is collapsing. And that's one of the things that Brendan had tried to say isn't the collapsing aspect of the person falling into it also going to cause more damage to the vehicle and also leave perhaps some of those injuries that he had occurred. It may not have been that the taillight exploded and it caused those issues. It may have been the fact that the taillight shattered and he fell into it and those shards cut him in that manner versus like an explosion of shards coming out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that moment that Hank chose to freeze there, you could actually see the little shards coming from the taillight in the direction of his face. I remember noting that and thinking, in theory, if a piece of glass did end up stuck in his nose, as Karen tried to say, that would be how it happened. And that also could have caused the couple of small cuts on one above his eyebrow and one in his nose. You could, easily, seeing that picture now suddenly became easy to envision it, and that's going to be easy for the jury to see that. This did so much damage, and you could see this on the face of Karen and Yannetti as they were sitting there.
Oh yeah, he stopped yawning.
I believe that about her plucking that out. It was just too specific. And it would have that result. I don't think normal people would think that if you pulled out that shard, that blood would gush out, especially if somebody is
right
dead, but it would, and it did. Has he played that, you guys? Has he played that video yet where she describes that? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good.
I wonder if they're just discussing scheduling or... well, they got the motion. The state is trying to, their last witness, well, they have the medical examiner, but the Karen's also trying to get in that data person that the feds hired, and the state has a motion not to allow him. And I don't think he should be allowed. I mean, this guy just coming in at the last second like that. If they want a data person, put Rich Green up there,
Oh my gosh, that's what they're arguing?
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
They can't do that. They already have 2 Rule 14 discovery violations. This would just knock on top.
They are shameless, though. That's kind of the way of the walk with them.
Yeah, his name is Derek Ellington. On June 1st, the defense produced to the Commonwealth a new report from defense expert Derek Ellington. The new report appeared with no prior notice from the defense that it was forthcoming, and it was dropped on the Commonwealth 3 months after Mr. Ellington's prior report in this case, in the midst of this trial, and after the Commonwealth had rested its case in chief. Mr. Ellington now offers new opinions new opinions on entirely different issues that were not set forth in the prior report. I think this may be the one that Kate read to us yesterday morning.
You know, the problem is she is going to err on the side of letting everything in. We've seen it. She's already made her, you know, how she likes to run things evident. So I wouldn't be surprised if it gets in.
I think that this may have a better chance, not just because of the time, you know, the untimeliness, but also because he wants to come in and speculate that you can't trust any of the phone data for unspecified reasons. Like, I don't think that they handled it properly. So it's not really rooted in you know, reality and, you know, actual provable facts. They also have another motion pending. I don't know the contents of it. It's just on the docket right now. But they want to exclude certain opinions of Dr. Loposada.
Somebody wrote that you can't bring anything in after the CW rested, and you actually can. And it happened last year.
Right.
So it can happen. And
because they've rested, but they still have rebuttal. So, right.
There's rebuttal, and also anytime they have information, remember that's how we got to meet Dr. Russell. Remember that whole spiel, and they were found in, you know, contempt for, or not in contempt, but for a violation of Rule 14 because they didn't turn over any of that information regarding Russell. Remember how that was, you know, again, that was last year. Trial by ambush at times.
Chrissy, thank you. Tori, thank you.
All right.
Elvis has left the building. The judge is leaving.
CW day today.
Oh yeah, I mean, just in an unexpected way, right? It's just, you know, we didn't know that Dr. Wolf had failed part of his licensing test for accident reconstruction, and so that was big to learn that. And then it seemed like Hank had calculated, you know, some of that stuff related to percentages and was challenging Dr. Wolf to do it. And it wasn't really clear that he was able to do it. I don't, you know, at least the jury could get the impression that he might have been struggling with some of that stuff. He didn't come across as this brilliant kind of guy that he did last year. He came across as much more vulnerable this time and maybe not so brilliant. And they came across as pretty biased, clearly trying to help the defense. It was definitely really well done by Hank Brennan today, the way he played it.
That might be the best cross I've ever seen.
The amount of times that Wolf said, "Oh, I didn't understand the question. Could you ask the question again?"
Yeah,
it's like, I know sometimes that's a fact because, you know, you mishear something or you're not quite sure, and, you know, the stress and pressure of it all. But it seemed like there was a few that were on reflex,
right? Buying time,
right? Like if I were to assume someone had been coached, they'd say, like, you know, grab the ropes when you need to. This is how you do it. Like, I'm just, that's opinion, complete speculation, but it seemed kind of meh.
How funny was it? They sent him a limo with 3 girls in the back. It's
Right.
The way he described it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Sounds a little Diddy-like.
Yeah,
a little bit.
His exact words were, "Sorry, what was your question?" Because I wrote it down. I started counting. I think it was around 12 to 16, but I'll have to replay it.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
I found their false start to be quite suspicious too.
Yeah. Oh, for not having the footage, right?
Whoops.
Yeah.
Hate when that happens.
Mhm.
Don't have video footage. Don't have 100 text messages. Such a bummer.
Yeah, how inconvenient.
Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out, Kate.
And he gets his promotion just last year, right while he's communicating with the largest potential customer in the world, the federal government, with some really suspicious communications going on there. And that's when he gets his promotion. Here's the guy that can barely pass his tests, but now he's put in charge of accident reconstruction. I don't know. I find it all dirty and suspicious, but and I'm not prone to conspiracy stuff here, but there's just so much smoke here and a little bit of fire
I
already
agree.
that, you know.
I agree.
Yeah.
So
It's almost like it smacks of a sweetheart deal, if I
yeah,
were to guess. Right?
there's
Yeah.
something shady that went on there, and
Big
I hope
time.
someday we'll get to the bottom of it, but you know, we may never.
He did prove that the taillight couldn't have been damaged at Meadows.
Right. So when will closing statements be, do you guys think? If they rest on Tuesday, will they be Wednesday? I assume.
Maybe Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, Wednesday. So then we'll go right into deliberations there. And
No, because they got to
No?
do the rebuttal too.
oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the rebuttal, which is
I would say the whole case is probably going to wrap up by next Friday. So I think like a week left total,
right.
including closing. That's my guess.
Right. All right. Well, it should be a very interesting week next week.
You know, one of my viewers, Chloe, she brings up a point. Given how bad this was, do you think that Karen Reed and the defense team decided to bring up Proctor now?
They should.
I don't think so, but do they try some kind of desperate move? You know, because I felt like going into today, if you had asked me before today, what was the most likely scenario outcome here, and I would, and people have asked me privately, and I said hung jury. But now I feel like it's moved a lot. Ironically, this ARCA witness, Dr. Wolf, has made me feel like there's a good chance the state will get a conviction. Whoever expected that. So are they evaluating that now? Do they feel like do they have to make a move, whether it's bringing in Proctor or bringing in Higgins, putting Karen on the stand? Do they feel like they have to try something now? They have to realize how bad this went today, you know?
You know, I was surprised Hank did not point out the issues of not being truthful. He kind of skirted around it, but he wasn't very direct. And remember, the judge said he would give Hank a lot of leeway on that. Did you feel like they really hit that home, or do you think it was just his plan to just skirt around it and focus on the physics of all of this being so ridiculous?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I think it sounds
done, right? I think.
Yeah, I think it sounds also like a lot of the presentation wasn't turned in until Thursday, and so or Wednesday. So it sounds like they just got in a lot of stuff. I think that had it been different, if the factual stuff wasn't so obvious, I think maybe they would have harped in a lot more on the what they came across on voir dire. But I think because of how good it was coming out, there was no need to go down that avenue as much.
Yeah, you could, Dan.
I think he saved a lot for Monday. I think he purposely knew what time it was and stopped there, knowing Alan Jackson would need more time, and this would give him the chance to bring up a lot more stuff on Monday, go more deeply perhaps into the tech stream data, go into the physical evidence, you know, kind of like we saw with Dr. Russell, where he laid out all that stuff specifically. I think my guess is we'll see that Monday. You know, we'll see them go through,
I think so too.
Yeah.
Hank's got more in the tank. That's what I think. He's the Manny Pacquiao, man. He's the counterpuncher. He's completely calculated. I mean, and he does prefer his footing when he's on, cross. So yeah, I would not be surprised if he's got some more surprises on Monday. Not at all.
Hey, can I ask a left field question for you guys? It came up from one of the attorneys that I actually really like. he said that he thought, speaking of calculated, that's what made me bring this leap. And I meant to ask you all when we had a downtime. What do you think about Karen Reed's crazy voice messages that she left? Do you all buy into that was calculated? She knew she hit him at that point and she did that to sort of divert? Or do you think that was really raw, her feelings at the moment?
Personally, I think she was trying to jump in front of it, and that was a hint of her manipulation from the jump. I think that's her reflex. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah,
I don't think it was. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
She did mention a plow, and a plow being responsible to a certain extent to certain people, but that was a little bit afterwards. You know, I think that there was a lot of panic in her voice. I think there was some manipulation of her own, like she was trying to talk herself into believing that he was out doing something else, that he got up. I think she full on knew that she hit him. I just think that she thought, as she said, her own words, that, you know, just basically tapped him, wasn't a big deal, thought he was going to get up. You know, it sounds like she was pretty upset about the gal that John was seeing that lived near in the area. It sounds like that's what they argued about that night. It sounds like that stuck with her because she mentioned it also in some of the clips that they brought up from the interviews. And, you know, for somebody to still think about that, knowing what happened, even if she's alluding, even if she believes that John was jumped inside the house, she's still going back to the fact that somebody that lived nearby and that he had hooked up shortly before they got together or whatever the case may be, that still bothers her even after this entire situation. That tells me a lot about her and a lot about how, you know, once you mix alcohol and things of that nature, how she could be impulsive and react out of rage. But in the end, I think that she was probably trying to manipulate herself into believing that he got up and was doing something else than what really happened.
Yeah, I once I heard the voicemails last year during the first trial, I didn't hear anything that I would expect to hear if someone was trying to create a false record. So if she was trying to create a false record, to me, she would have been left a more lovey-dovey message for John, like, okay, John, you know, I'm going to bed. There's some food in the fridge if you want to eat something when you get home or something. And so I just heard anger and jealousy. I didn't hear anything that suggested she was being clever and was trying to throw the police off. Some things to me changed at 4:30 when she woke up, because that's when she seems to have put things together and was going crazy. And that's when she called Jen McCabe, and that's when she called Kerry and said John's dead and hung up, and then called back and said maybe he's been hit by a plow. Something changed at 4:30. But I think in those first messages, she's just drunk and angry and jealous. And I didn't see any signs that she knew what had happened or even knew that she'd been in an accident.
I think she knew she was already in trouble, right? And so far, what her and her defense team have done is project. They're constantly projecting. I think she was projecting in that moment. She knew she was in trouble, so she's projecting blame onto him, right? I'm yelling at you. I'm acting a fool. I'm a mess right now because of you. You're a problem. You're this, you're that. I don't know if she knew how bad it was, but I think it was early manipulation. Again, from the Machiavellian moves I've seen her make with the media, etc., I wouldn't put it past her to think like she doesn't know the full totality of what's going on, but let's put out some disinfo from the jump. She's twisted, man. In my account,
she was pretty wasted. Although she is someone that can.
Opinion. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Kate. I didn't know you're back.
Sorry. Yeah, I took a phone call. Unpopular opinion with this, but I think we've established at this point that it was a pretty far off side swipe. Like, it looks like he mainly just connected with that corner of the taillight, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would kind of potentially put him in her blind spot, wouldn't it?
It could.
I mean, she said she heard the beeping, didn't she?
She said that about the garage. So from what we can kind of put together about the Lexus's safety features as far as backing up, they don't have pedestrian detection. So it's in reverse, it's looking for oncoming traffic at low speed. Sort of like if you're backing out of your driveway on a main road, that's mainly what it's designed for. The front has pedestrian recognition, but the rear does not. So, and again, I think that this is what I can come up with that could really go either way as far, but I think it's probably stronger for manslaughter about what I think happened. I think she was drunk. She was angry. She backed up in a rage, maybe to go pick him up again because she figured there's no way he's going to have me leave him here. He'll want to get back in my car. She slams on it, feels that she hit something. Because it's such a glancing blow on the side in that big SUV in the dark in her blind spot, perhaps she did not know what she hit. She drives off in a rage. Now she's even more angry at John because, oh my God, I just hit something with my car. That's your fault too.
I agree with that exactly.
Yeah. Then she goes home and she starts calling him pissed off. After a couple hours go by and he's not answering, she realizes, oh shit.
Yep.
I think that what I hit might have been him. And so at this point, she's panicking, trying to figure out any way to get him to respond to somebody, anyone, for some sort of reassurance that it wasn't him. And the more time that goes on, the more that she's realizing that it was. This is what I think happened, honestly.
I'll just say ditto. I agree. No, I agree with all that. That's what I've kind of thought for a year. So, yeah.
Well, the problem with that for me is the fact that she called him and left the voicemail saying that nobody knows where you are. You know, I understand y'all's, thought process, but I would understand that statement being made after she contacted people. But she said that on his voicemail before she made any contact with anybody. To me, that's kind of prior knowledge of something, knowing that nobody knows where you're at because she hit him. So, that statement sticks out with me. Nobody knows where you are.
A lot of people have focused on that. My sister has always focused on that. For me, I kind of take it like we don't know what it means. It could mean part of her jealousy, meaning is John with somebody else cheating on her? So I try not to put too much stock into that one statement when I look at the totality of the other messages, which seems to really just indicate no sign of trying to be clever to try to mislead police. You hear anger and you hear jealousy. And so to me, that nobody knows who you are is like she's wondering, are you with another woman?
I get that, but I mean, with me, I didn't think that her statements were her trying to manipulate the police. I think that we're trying to manipulate herself into believing that everything was okay. The fact that she made that statement, the fact that she said something about a plow and was expecting to see him on the side of the road, those type of statements lead me to believe that she was well aware that she hit him and that she knew about that. And some of those statements were made before, like as I mentioned, before anybody else knew, or she knew that anybody else knew where he was at. I mean, at 4:00 in the morning, any reasonable person would have believed, especially given the weather conditions, that maybe perhaps he did fall asleep there at that house. Maybe that's, especially if she saw him going in, why not contact Jen or somebody else who may have access to it to figure out if that's where he's indeed at. Instead, she's calling him saying nobody knows where you are. And then telling the niece and nephew that, he may have been hit by a plow or something happened. And even to the extent of the next morning telling her father that she knew she hit something while she's at the hospital where John has just been, dead or considered deceased. She's making those type of statements, wondering about what she hit. So to me, I think she very much well knew that she hit him more than anything. Now, I don't think that her statements are those things that on her phone call were her trying to manipulate police as much as, her believing a scenario. She seems like a pathological liar. She seems like a person that believes her lies. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we were seeing is her starting that belief process.
Some people just lie on impulse, and that's why I think.
But also, I think like this is why I try to exercise the empathy that I wasn't probably. It can be hard online anyway. It's like, so put yourself in Karen's shoes, right? Like in my scenario, right? So you think that you hit something, you're not sure what it is, you're pissed off, and then at some point after an hour goes by, you realize that he's not answering, right? So you're saying nobody knows where you are, perhaps because you would like to you keep asking. I mean, she keeps escalating to try to get him to answer. I'm going to leave your kids alone. Your kids are here.
Right.
Your kids
Right.
are upset. Nobody
Right.
knows where you are. That's now if she believes that there's a chance that he may still answer, listen to that message at least. Now it adds another layer of like, oh man, other people are looking for me too, right? I think that there was like probably the anger, the impact, not realizing what it was necessarily, and then slowly realizing as he's not answering that it was probably him. And of course, in that position, she doesn't want to get in trouble. She doesn't want to get caught for doing anything. I don't think she wants John to die either. But if you don't want to get in trouble for something, then the police and 911 are going to be not your first call, or in her case, any call. So I think that what you see is just a lot of like panic about like, how do I resolve the situation without exposing myself to any culpability? And obviously you can't without, letting the guy die, and then you're just delaying it. But I think that I don't necessarily think that she's a mastermind or she was trying to, lay foundation. That's the same reason why I don't believe that the hitting the car was on purpose to try to set up an alibi or anything. I think she was probably just still a little drunk and frantic. I think that her probably thought pattern, once she realized, and I would say that by 4:30, she definitely knew what had happened. It was pretty clear to her at that point that, oh my God, that hit that I felt was definitely him. Right.
But why? Why would
that?
why would it be clear if she hadn't contacted anybody to see if he was asleep at somebody else's house?
And you guys, you can also look at the actual evidence in the timeline.
Earlier that day, he was ignoring her.
No, he wasn't though. He was refusing to answer, but he was still responding.
So look at the actual evidence in timeline. She gets home at 12:36. At 12:37, that's when she leaves the first voicemail. And in that first voicemail, she says, "John, I fucking hate you." That video of her getting home is missing. So what I see happening, she gets home at 12:36. As Kate said, she knows she hit something. Could have been a mailbox, could have been a barrel. She just knows she hit something. She gets out of the car with the car still running, looks and sees the damage on her taillight, blames John, calls him and says, "John, I fucking hate you." So,
and just a nod to one of the last things Kate said there is that, I don't think she's a super genius or whatever, but I don't think you need to be a pathological liar. I think she lies on impulse, and I think it's proven in all the silly ass lies she's been caught in. I mean, her reflex is to tell Jen, I left him at the waterfall. Like, I think it's more of I think she's just a mess. Yeah.
And I think, again, she does tell lies with purpose, especially because it's the same excuse that she gave for why she told texted her father and said John is dead, or John died, or whatever it was, or it's the same reason why she claims she slow rolled out of there, which I believe she probably did at first, to elicit a response. That's what she says every time, to garner a response, to elicit a response. So I think that just like the plumber lie, just like, your kids are alone, I'm going back to Mansfield, nobody knows where you are. Those are all lies that are told with a pretty clear intention to elicit a response. And of course she wants that response because then her worry is, assuaged. She no longer has to worry about it. She knows that he got
What
up.
do you think her worry is there? Do you think her worry is that he's actually sleeping with somebody else? Or do you think her real worry, or do you think the worry is, and she's hoping he's sleeping with somebody, but the worry is that he's unconscious on the ground?
I think it depends on I think initially you don't hear any worry, just anger. And I think that once she didn't get a response, I would say by 1:30 is probably when she's starting to piece it together. We'll never know because we're not inside her head. But I think around 1:30, when she calls her parents, like after an hour goes by, because again, yes, you're correct in that John didn't want to engage with her during that day, but he wasn't straight up ignoring her. He would tell her, "Karen, stop calling me. Karen, I'm busy. Karen," you know what I mean? There was some sort of response, because it sounds like they had a little bit of that toxic push-pull relationship, right? Like she pushes his buttons, he buckles, tries to set a boundary, she jumps over it. You know what I mean? Like, but there's always that communication. So, I mean, maybe I'm not wording this well enough or articulating it, but I can absolutely put myself in the headspace to where you're drunk, you're angry, it's late, you know, you hit something, you know that he was behind there, right? Because he had just gotten out of the car, and it just doesn't connect until, you know, several attempts to try to continue the argument and he's not answering. And that would be unusual, at least what we saw from the text during the day anyway. And kind of what we see, you know, as far as the Aruba trip too, it's subtle, but the niece mentions at one point that they got into a fight. He slept in the niece's room for a little bit, but then ended up going back to Karen, right? So just straight up getting ignored, I don't think was the norm there. And that's probably what kind of heightened her alerts. And that's why I think by 4:30, she's realizing, all right, it's been 4.5 hours now, 4 hours, and he hasn't answered at all. Like I hit him. It wasn't a mailbox. It wasn't a rock. It was him.
I mean, that's possible. I think there's also a world where she may have thought that he hit the car. She's reversing. He punches the car, and she thinks that, oh, it's just a small
That's
thing.
a
That's why she's
possibility
like,
too.
I hate you,
right?
And
You
all
are-
these
you
other
are-
things.
I can't say why exactly, other than you actually spot on as that being a possibility.
And so, like, you know, it's just some of the statements that she made before contacting anybody, and even, you know, to the niece and to the nephew, seemed like she knew and was aware that there was some sort of collision with her and him at some point. And when it comes to the murder two aspect of this, it's not whether or not she intended on doing it. It's whether or not a reasonable person would believe that putting your vehicle in reverse in those weather conditions while intoxicated in the direction of somebody could cause death. And I believe any reasonable person would believe that. Whether the intent was actually to hit him or not, I think the conditions there are satisfactory for the charge.
Now, just a question to anybody: if the vehicle's backing up, and John, we know he was drinking too, right? And most of the damage is on his arm, and we're sort of wondering if he had possibly hit it. Could he have possibly been in his drunken state, not realizing how fast the vehicle was traveling, and he figured he'd kind of like smack the vehicle or something? You know what I mean? Just not realizing how quick it's going, because when you're that drunk, it's dark, you're tired, and you're just like, what
I
is
think
this
that you
bitch
would-
doing?
You would probably see more damage to the hand, which is one of the things that they've gone to great lengths to try to
Okay.
debunk. I mean, the way that Welcher explains it, sort of with that defensive position, makes sense.
Mhm.
And I can't
Right.
imagine that, like, we're talking like she accelerated fast, and that's only a
Right.
10-second snapshot. She got up to a pretty fast speed. That's not a lot of time to react. You know, bracing yourself for it. Pretty Dan, the private chat. When you get a second, just but yeah, I mean, I could see it. That's actually a really good possibility that she could have thought that, though.
Yeah. Now, and any possibility that she could have looked out the window and seen him as she drove by? I mean, she backed up past him, right?
I don't
And now
know.
she's
We'll
driving
never
off. She
know.
could have glanced.
We don't know what route she took home. She could have gone back to Cedar
Right.
Crest, or she could have gone forward onto Chadwick. So we just don't know. Going back, she didn't know how to get home from there. So the easiest way for her to know how to get home was to just retrace her steps. Now going back by Cedar Crest is the longest route home as the crow flies, but it also involves the least amount of stop signs, and it's only basically 3 main roads. So it's the easiest way for her to get home, and we've had it. So we've tested all the different ways, and any of them could have been made driving around 35 miles an hour. She could have made it home at the time, pretty much at the exact time that we found out now that she did, at 12:36 and 39 seconds, or at least that's what time her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi. So, but like I said, if you look at all of those voicemails, the predominant theme is anger and jealousy. So I think that's what you see in most of them. And like Kate said, her trying to use trickery and using the kids as leverage to get John to come home, or to at least answer the phone.
Mhm.
And so I do think, you know, I know there's a lot of people, there's a lot of confirmation bias here on this side too. Our side is subject to it just as much as the other side, where people who already have made a decision and they don't like Karen, they automatically want to think the worst thing about Karen and everything. But you have to go by the best evidence. And, looking at those voicemails, there's no sign of her trying to trick anybody or leave a false trail of breadcrumbs, which I think she would have been doing if the question here was she doing it on purpose? And so we don't see any signs of it in those voicemails. I remember first hearing them during the trial last year, and I had no idea what was in them until the trial. And being my conclusions, like she doesn't sound like someone that's trying to leave that false trail of breadcrumbs. And the only statement that's a little different is that John nobody knows you are. But I consider that to be kind of a vague outlier statement. And that's her basically saying, I don't know where you are, and I don't know if you're hooking up. So I agree with Kate on this. And
By the way, I think the main thing is control. You said jealousy, all that other stuff. It's all about her being in control, which is part of her personality disorder.
So Jen, now that you're back, what's your theory about what happened? What's your latest?
I've listened to those over and over again. I truly believe they are spontaneous, angry utterances. I don't think that this was part of her maniacal plan. I believe she was too highly intoxicated still at this time to even really think that much ahead. So no, I don't think this was a setup. I really believe those are emotional, keeping with her personality.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, it makes sense that 12:37, the first voicemail, John, I fucking hate you. We know that video is missing of her getting home. Why would she? So the common denominator between the videos that are missing all seem to be when she's looking at the taillight. So that's what she didn't want people to see. And so at 12:37, she gets out of the car's still running. She's looking at it and she's like, fuck, what happened to my car? Look at this. Now, she doesn't seem to have had a working garage door opener, so she has to go inside. Maybe she uses the bathroom and then she opens the door from the inside or something like that, and then she drives the car in. And that's what we hear at 12:41 is her pulling into the car. And this is what she had leaked during the summer of 2023 through Turtle Boy. She thought she got home at that time based on that evidence that she got. And she had leaked that. Turtle Boy had reported exactly that we hear the garage door closing, we hear the alarm, the beep, 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 and we hear her boots on the ground. So I think that's when she pulled in. And she's in the process of calling. And she doesn't leave a voicemail there, but it picks up that on John's voicemail. I think that's the best way to weigh all the evidence here. And all right, guys. So let's enjoy the weekend, and we'll all be back at this Monday. We're almost reaching the end. Although I heard somebody tell me that Kate said this morning that if there is a mistrial, it's her belief that the judge will want to move right into another trial right away. Is that still your belief, Kate? Or do you want to expand on that? Because I missed that this morning.
That's what I said.
Oh, that's what Jen said. Okay. All right.
Remember last time she wanted to move right into it, and all the lawyers asked for a continuance, agreed on it. She reluctantly gave them one. I don't think she'll do that this time.
Right. Irene says, why did she call her parents in the middle of the night?
Daddy, oh my God. I think I might have hit him. Something like that.
Yeah. Bail me out again. I'm sure there's.
And what time were those calls? Do we know what time? I think the first call was after 1. So that would lend some credence to Daniel's belief. Was like maybe 1:15 or something like that. And the other calls are maybe later. I don't know the exact time of those calls. And I don't know if that's been presented to a jury. Does anybody know the exact time? I think there were 3 calls to her parents. Does anybody know the exact time of these calls?
I don't recall, no.
Kate, do you know the exact time of the calls? If Kate's still here?
Albus is 1:30.
I am. Her calls, I think the parents, I think was like 1:15.
What about the second 2?
Sometime after 4:30.
Yeah, there was one at 4:40, I think, right? That's right.
4:40,
yeah. So that's a good question. That might be indicating something. So if she calls her parents at 1:14, what does she know has happened at that point?
Right.
That she's in panic. So that lends a little bit of credence to Daniel's side of things. So. All right, guys. Well, thanks everybody for being here, and great job today. And so we'll see everybody Monday.
All right.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
All right. See y'all
Have
then.
a great weekend, everyone. Have a
What's
great.
that? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. What's that?
Have a great weekend.
Oh, and everybody, Jen's got a show at 5, so a half hour from now. So if you haven't had enough Karen Reed today, go to Jen as she sums up her notes on the ARCA guys today.
Absolutely.
All right.
Breaking the case with Jen Coffenhuffer.
Thanks all.
Okay, thanks guys.
Later.